Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing.
The Assembly will please come to order. The Chief Clerk will call the roll.
Assemblywoman Acefa, Assemblywoman Backus, Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson, Assemblywoman Bilbray Axelrod, Assemblywoman Carlton, Assemblyman Carrillo, Assemblyman Carrillo, Assemblywoman Cohen, Assemblyman Daly, Assemblywoman Duran, Assemblyman Edwards, Assemblyman Ellison, Assemblyman Flores, Assemblyman Fumo, Assemblywoman Gorlow, Assemblyman Hafen, Assemblywoman Hanson, Assemblywoman Hardy, Assemblywoman Howdigi, Assemblyman Kramer, Assemblywoman Krasner, Assemblyman Levitt, Assemblywoman Martinez, Assemblyman McCurdy, Assemblywoman Miller, Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno, Assemblywoman Monk, Assemblywoman Neal, Assemblywoman Wynn, Assemblywoman Peters, Assemblyman Roberts, Assemblyman Smith, Assemblywoman Spiegel, Assemblywoman Swank, Assemblywoman Titus, Assemblywoman Tools, Assemblywoman Torres, Assemblyman Watts, Assemblyman Wheeler, Assemblyman Yeager, Assemblyman Carrillo, Speaker Frierson.
Here, there are 40 members present, 1 member absent, 1 vacancy. There is a quorum. The Assembly will rise for the invocation by Chaplain Richard Schneider of the Warm Springs Correctional Facility.
Let us pray. Almighty God, even in times of social distancing, you are always with us. Even in times of limited physical contact, you continue to touch our lives deeply. May your presence be felt in this chamber. Be with and guide the members of this house as they make the difficult choices in the days ahead. Bless, preserve, and guide them and all who work in this building. And we ask you to be with all who mourn today for a Nevada hero, Sergeant Ben Jenkins of the Nevada Highway Patrol, whose celebration of life service is being held this morning. Grant him rest and eternal peace in your arms. Amen.
Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
Mr. Speaker, order business 1.
Order business 1.
Mr. Speaker, may the record reflect that Assemblyman Carrillo is present.
Record shall so reflect. Well, going under motions, resolutions, and notices, I will now request that Assemblywoman Howdigi, Assemblyman Fumo, and Assemblyman Hambrick serve as temporary committee on credentials to examine the credentials of Casina Douglas Boone. If there are no objections, the Assembly will stand at ease while the committee examines the credentials. We welcome Senator Joyce Woodhouse to the Assembly.
Members of the Assembly, the Senate is organized and ready for business.
Thank you very much, Senator Woodhouse.
Thank you.
The committee will come to order under order of business 4, reports of standing committees.
Mr. Speaker, your temporary committee on credentials has had the credentials of the Assemblywoman appointee under consideration and begs leave to report that the following person has been and is a duly appointed member of the Assembly of the 31st Special Session of the Legislature of the State of Nevada. Casina D. Douglas Boone. Sandra Howdiggy, Chair.
Assemblywoman Howdiggy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the report of the Temporary Committee on Credentials be adopted.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Will now appoint Assemblyman Flores to wait upon Justice James Hardesty of the Nevada Supreme Court and escort him to the reading rostrum to administer the oath of office to Ms. Douglas Boone. We will stand at ease while Assemblyman Flores goes about his business. The Assembly will come to order.
Justice Hardesty of the Supreme Court of the State of Nevada is directed law in the Assembly.
Assemblyman Flores will escort Justice Hardesty to the reading rostrum to administer the oath of office. Ms. Douglas Boone, please come to the reading rostrum to receive the oath of office.
Hi, Ms. Boone. It's my privilege to administer the oath of office to you as a new Assembly person for the Nevada Legislature. Please repeat after me. I do solemnly swear that I will support, protect, and defend protect and defend. That's okay. Yes, ma'am. I will support, protect, and defend the Constitution and government of the United States and the Constitution and government of the State of Nevada against all enemies, whether domestic or foreign, and that I will bear true faith, allegiance, and loyalty to the same, any ordinance, resolution, or law of any state notwithstanding, and that I will well and faithfully perform all the duties of the office of State Assembly Member, Nevada Legislature, on which I am about to enter. So help me God. Good luck to you. God bless.
Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno.
Mr. Speaker, I move that Justice Hardesty be given a unanimous vote of thanks for administering the oath.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously. Assemblyman Flores will escort Justice Hardesty to the bar of the Assembly. The members of the Assembly will rise. The members of the Assembly will be seated. The Chief Clerk will call the roll of all Assembly members.
Assemblyman Acefa, Assemblywoman Backus, Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson, Assemblywoman Bilbray Axelrod, Assemblywoman Carlton, Assemblyman Kurla, Assemblywoman Cohen, Assemblyman Daly, Assemblywoman Douglas Boone, Assemblywoman Duran, Assemblyman Edwards, Assemblyman Ellison, Assemblyman Flores, Assemblyman Fumo, Assemblywoman Gorlow, Assemblyman Hathan, Assemblyman Hambrick, Assemblywoman Hanson, Assemblywoman Hardy, Assemblywoman Howdigy, Assemblyman Kramer, Assemblywoman Krasner, Assemblyman Levitt, Assemblywoman Martinez. Assemblyman McCurdy. Assemblywoman Miller. Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno. Assemblywoman Monk. Assemblywoman Neal. Assemblywoman Nguyen. Assemblywoman Peters. Assemblyman Roberts. Assemblyman Smith. Assemblywoman Spiegel. Assemblywoman Swank. Assemblywoman Titus. Assemblywoman Tolles. Assemblywoman Torres. Assemblyman Watts. Assemblyman Wheeler. Assemblyman Yeager. Speaker Frierson.
Here, there are 42 members present. There is a quorum. I will now appoint Assemblyman Yeager to notify the Senate that the Assembly is organized and ready for business. I will now also call the Governor to notify him that the Assembly is organized and ready for business. Everyone, please remain in your seat.
Ms. Benitez Thompson? Ms. Benitez Thompson? Ms. Benitez Thompson?
Assembly will come back to order. Assemblyman Yeager.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate has been informed that the Assembly is organized and ready for business.
Thank you, Assemblyman Yeager. Go to order business 6, communications. Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson. Oh, sorry. I got to jump the gun a little bit. We'll stay under order business 6, though.
Office of the Governor, Steve Sisolak, July 7, 2020. The Honorable Jason Frierson, Speaker of the Assembly, Nevada State Assembly, 401 South Carson Street, Carson City, Nevada 89701. To the Honorable members of the Nevada State Assembly, none of us could have predicted a pandemic of this magnitude and the global economic crisis that has followed. The world looks incredibly different since I first approved the state's biennial budget back in June 2019. As a state, we took immediate and proactive measures to preserve the health, safety, and lives of our fellow Nevadans. I was filled with pride to see us all jump into action and rise to the challenge of this COVID-19 pandemic, whether that meant serving on the front lines in our hospitals and grocery stores, delivering meals to elderly neighbors, or simply staying at home to slow the spread. We helped flatten the curve and save lives in the process, defying the forecasts set out by original models for our state. Right now, we are seeing a concerning increase in our data trends, likely as a result of both increased testing and reopening. So once again, Nevadans are stepping up and putting on their masks to help mitigate the spread. Prior to this pandemic, I directed my executive branch cabinet to begin the momentous task of formulating ways to implement a child, family, and community-centered Nevada government. Unfortunately, the COVID-19 pandemic created a new reality for all of us. State agencies were asked to adjust their budgets to reflect this reality, limiting to the maximum extent the impact on critical functions such as health, safety, and education. The difficult fiscal decisions for the fiscal year 2021 now lay ahead of us. My proposal preserves as much funding as possible for our most essential priorities, health, education, and the state workforce, so they are able to continue providing vital services on which Nevadans rely. We will do all we can to keep our communities healthy and safe and to provide a robust and vibrant future for our children by building a pathway forward. As your governor, I continue to advocate for federal support of our state, our counties, and our cities by calling upon the federal government to pass a relief package, giving us the opportunity to restore some of the difficult decisions before us. But the urgency of our current situation does not allow us to wait and see. We must act now, and we must act together. If that financial support materializes, or if our state revenues recover faster than expected, as governor, my priorities for restoring funding focus on healthcare, education, and supporting our state workforce to ensure we can deliver the services Nevadans rely on. Our budget has changed, but our values remain the same. I look forward to working with you to amend our state budget to align with our new reality and our shared principles. We cannot predict when our economy will recover, but we can work together to set Nevada on the best path forward given the information we have at hand now. Despite the uncertainty we are all facing in Nevada and around the country right now, I remain optimistic. For too long, there has been a discussion and overall agreement that our state needs to take a new approach to fix the structural issues that make us the most vulnerable state in the nation anytime the economy takes a hit. This unprecedented public health and economic crisis provides us with a unique opportunity to forge an innovative path that will propel Nevada forward. Addressing this budget is the first step to get through the immediate crisis at hand, but then I look forward to partnering with all of you to take hold of this opportunity to reinvent our state, so when Nevada's children grow up and stand in the positions we are in now, they won't have to make the same devastating decisions. Nevadans have faced difficult challenges before, and we have always persevered in the face of obstacles. It's the battle-born way. Understanding that an extraordinary occasion exists as a result of the current COVID-19 pandemic, this opportunity requires immediate action by the Nevada State Legislature. Article 5, Section 9, Subsection 1 of the Nevada Constitution provides that the governor may, on extraordinary occasions, convene a special session of the Nevada State Legislature by proclamation. I have issued a proclamation calling the legislature into a special session. In that proclamation, I identify a number of items to consider that will put Nevada on a path to recovery. I know that together we can use the same spirit now to create a balanced budget and begin our pathway forward to recover Recovery. Thank you, Governor Steve Sisolak, State of Nevada.
Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Order Business 8.
Order Business 8.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the reading of the governor's proclamation convening the legislature into special session be dispensed with and the proclamation be entered into the journal.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We remain under Order Business 8, motions, resolutions, and notices.
Assembly Resolution 1, introduced by the Committee on Legislative Operations and Elections, amending the standing rules of the Assembly of the 80th session of the Nevada Legislature.
Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. These are the rules of the Assembly pursuant to our inherent power of institutional self-protection and self-preservation to govern, control, and regulate our membership and its internal organization, affairs, and management. It includes an amendment that incorporates certain Centers for Disease Control recommendations for the current pandemic. Rule 150 also requires that members wear a cloth for face covering with certain exceptions for medical conditions. Additionally, Rule 151 sets out the responsibility of each of us to monitor our own health and establishes a process for reporting of COVID-19 symptoms, exposures, and infections. All members have a copy of this on their desk.
Thank you, Assemblywoman. Would you then make a motion to adopt the Assembly Resolution number 1?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no additional remarks, and I would move for the adoption of Assembly Resolution number 1.
Thank you. Any further remarks? Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting Assembly Resolution number 1, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. The resolution is adopted in order to enrollment.
Assembly Resolution 2, introduced by the Committee on Legislative Operations and Elections, adopting special rules of the Assembly for the 31st special session of the Nevada Legislature concerning the use of remote technology systems by members of the Assembly.
Assemblywoman Benitez-Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This resolution provides for the remote participation of members who may need to quarantine during the 31st special session.
Then would you move to adopt Assembly Resolution number 2?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Seeing no other comments for the floor, I would move for the adoption of Assembly Resolution 2.
All those in favor of adopting Assembly Resolution number 2?
Mr. Speaker?
I'm sorry. Are there further remarks? Assemblywoman Titus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I certainly recognize how this particular rule came about. I certainly recognize the concern to have all of elected officials participate in meetings such as this. However, in the past, when one of our members have not been able to be present, whether it's illness, personal, or some other, whatever reason, they've been excused and have not been allowed to participate in the process. I still see no reason why we change this, and I would not support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further remarks? I will remind the body that on this floor, you don't just grab the mic and talk, so we have a process to be recognized, and that you would follow that process and request. There is an email that was circulated so that we can have questions addressed on the floor. Are there any further remarks? Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting Assembly Resolution number 2, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. The resolution is adopted in order to enrollment.
Assembly Resolution 3, introduced by the Committee on Legislative Operations and Elections, providing for the appointment of the Assembly attaches.
Assemblywoman Benitez-Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would move for the adoption of Assembly Resolution number 3.
Assemblywoman Benitez-Thompson, move for the adoption of Assembly Resolution number 3. Marks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This provides for the appointment of attaches for this 31st special session.
Any further remarks? Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting Assembly Resolution number 3 signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Resolution is adopted in order to enrollment.
Assembly Resolution 4, introduced by the Committee on Legislative Operations and Elections, providing that no allowances will be paid for the 31st special session of the Nevada Legislature for periodicals, stamps, stationery, or communications.
Assemblywoman Benitez-Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would move for the adoption of Assembly Resolution Number 4.
Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson move for the adoption of Assembly Resolution Number 4. Remarks?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This provides that no allowance will be paid for periodicals, stamps, and stationery for this 31st special session.
Any further remarks? There being none, all those in favor of Assembly adopting Assembly Resolution Number 4, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Resolution is adopted. Order to enrollment.
Assembly Concurrent Resolution Number 1, introduced by the Committee on Legislative Operations and Elections, adopting the joint rules of the Senate and Assembly for the 31st special session of the Nevada Legislature.
Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would move for the adoption of ACR 1.
Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson move for the Assembly to adopt Assembly Concurrent Resolution Number 1. Remarks?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assembly Concurrent Resolution 1 sets out the joint standing rules for the Assembly and the Senate for this 31st special session.
Any further remarks? There being none, all those in favor of the Assembly adopting Assembly Concurrent Resolution Number 1, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. The resolution is ordered to be transmitted to Senate. Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would move that for the balance of this special session, all bills, joint resolutions be considered engrossed, declared emergency measures under the Constitution, and placed on the appropriate reading file for final passage or adoption.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would move that Standing Rule 52.5, which pertains to notices of bills, topics, and public hearings, be suspended throughout this 31st special session.
You've heard the motion. Any remarks? All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that Assembly Standing Rule 57.4, which pertains to final committee action on a bill or resolution, be suspended throughout the 31st special session.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that persons listed on the Nevada Legislature Press Accreditation List dated July 8th, 2020 be accepted as accredited press representatives, assigned space at the press table in the upper assembly chamber, and allowed use of appropriate broadcasting facilities.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. I think we'll go under Order Business 8, Motions, Resolutions, and Notices. Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would move that the Assembly resolve into a committee of the whole.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. The Assembly is resolved into a committee of the whole. We are still here, but the committee will come to order. Let's see here. I wanted to just take a moment to explain where we are right now. We being in a special session, but also in an unprecedented time with respect to COVID-19, I have obviously taken steps to follow CDC guidelines as well as the Governor Sisolak's directives in order to keep each other and others safe and make this a safe place for both ourselves and our staff to work and operate. And so it's different. We have provided an email address for members to email in when they have questions. We will have a process that's been more open than any special session with respect to the ability for the public to participate. And the public will be able to provide public comment on fiscal matters and testimony on policy matters throughout the duration of the special session, which has never been done before to this extent. And so witnesses will be able to present via video conference, and we will operate in this new normal in a way that is safest for us to operate and minimize the risk of spread. Again, this is in following not only the Governor Sisolak's directives, but the CDC guidelines that set forth what the conditions for safely operating are as of today. And so, can I go to 1 minute recess?
Mr. Speaker, 1 minute recess.
The committee will come to order. This is the time we set aside at the beginning for public comment. So we have folks lined up in the queue, just the way IFC typically operates. We will have BPS who will facilitate calling on them. Every member will have 2 minutes to provide public comment, and there's also been circulated an email to submit if you have more than 2 minutes of public comment or you want otherwise exhibits you want to submit. And so we have those that they are not uploaded right now. We have received them, and we will upload them and make them a part of the record. With that, if BPS is ready, we can start. And typically for those of you not on IFC, the way it works is they will notify persons by the last 3 digits, I believe, of their phone number, and then they will tell them when they are unmuted and able to provide public comment, and then we will, as in any committee operates with public comment, there is no Q&A, it's just public comment, and we will get through that, and we will do that for an hour, and then go into our informational presentations on budget matters, and then revisit public comment at the end of business today. And so with that, if BPS is ready, then we are, and I will monitor the time and get through the number of folks in the queue.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We will take our first public comment caller with the last 3 digits of 222. Would you please state and spell your name for the record? You will have 2 minutes to speak. You are now unmuted and may begin.
Hello, my name is Kate McNabney, Katemc. I currently serve as the School Readiness Policy Manager at the Children's Advocacy Alliance. As the Assembly works during the special session to balance the budget, the Children's Advocacy Alliance asks that you consider our children and families when making these difficult decisions. The COVID-19 pandemic has put additional pressure on our children, causing many of them to be a meal away from hunger, a lifted eviction moratorium away from homelessness, or an unemployment check away from destitution. Our children need your support now more than ever, and we look forward to working together over the next few days to ensure that our children are safe and well, not only in the short term, but also in the long term. Thank you.
Thank you.
And on to the next caller with the last 3 digits of 647. Please state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak. You are now unmuted and may begin.
Hello, my name is John Cooper. That is JohnCooper. Excuse me. Public education funding is now more than ever absolutely critical to the health, safety, and future of Nevada. That funding cuts are even being considered at a time like this, I feel is unacceptable and outright appalling. We cannot accept any decision that puts our families and communities in further jeopardy in times like this, especially those most vulnerable and in need of public support. I urge you to reject any and all proposed cuts and instead look at ways to increase state income to address the shortfall. Nevada residents have enjoyed low overall taxes for a very long time. Perhaps that is instead what should change. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. On to the next caller with the last 3 digits of 130. Please state and spell your name for the record. You are now unmuted and may begin.
Hi, for the record, my name is Christine Saunders, ChristineSaunders. I'm here on behalf of the Progressive Leadership Alliance of Nevada. As you begin this special session, we know that there are difficult tasks ahead of you. But for our communities, these cuts will be a catastrophe. The associated costs of the pandemic cannot fall solely on the shoulders of working class people or Nevadans who depend on public services and social safety net programs. It's time to fix what's broken about our economy and create long-term solutions for our communities to all have the freedom to thrive. For too long, we have allowed Nevada to be taken advantage of by corporations who fail to pay their fair share. Nevadans can't wait any longer, and we need real revenue reform now. The mining industry is one who has avoided paying their fair share for decades. While removing mine tax deductions would not solve the current crisis, it would mitigate the harsh cuts to education and healthcare. Nevada has been in this situation before, and we need this legislature to be the bold one that sets us on the right track. Thank you.
Thank you.
And on to the next caller with the last three digits of 179. Please state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak. You are now unmuted and may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Booth, MICHELLEBOOTH. I'm with Educate Nevada Now. Thank you, Speaker and members, for the opportunity to provide public comment. ENN stands with other organizations and individuals who have called for the need for a serious discussion on developing a reliable and adequate revenue structure to meet the needs of Nevada. We understand you are faced with incredibly difficult decisions. Public education, like other central government services and programs, were already struggling to serve their communities prior to the proposed cuts. Now they will be losing even more critical resources and support. As it relates to education, cuts to SB 178 and other programs will directly impact the classroom, specifically for some of our most vulnerable students. We understand the need for short-term emergency measures, but this cannot be the new normal for our state. Nevada crumbles during times of national economic crisis. After more than 10 years, public education funding still hasn't achieved pre-Great Recession levels adjusted for inflation. We cannot wait another 10 years only to find ourselves in a similar situation. It's time to build a foundation that will not only help us weather the next crisis, but finally puts us on a path to meeting the objectives we all agree will make our community stronger, such as equity for students and economic diversity. We appreciate how difficult this moment is for you, and we offer our full support in addressing the inadequate revenue that makes our state so vulnerable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the last three digits of 438. Please state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak. You are now unmuted and may begin.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Jim Frazee, Jimfrazee. I'm a classroom teacher in Clark County. I'm also the incoming vice president of TCEA. I'm here to cut the public education. I understand that at your level, these numbers these dollars are simply numbers in a spreadsheet. Add a zero here, move a number there, and it all evens out. I'm here to tell you what the real-world repercussions of your actions will be. In Clark County alone, the cuts you are proposing will mean the elimination of over 835 educators in what are already the most overcrowded classrooms in the country. Last school year, I had over 43 students in one class with only 41 deaths. And today, during the pandemic, where lives depend on social distancing, you are proposing with these cuts that I have even larger, more crowded classes. The actions that you take today without thoughtful deliberation and a clear understanding of the consequences will have a devastating effect on public education in Nevada for decades to come. Other states also face budget cuts because of this pandemic. They have prioritized their budgets to represent their values. Utah and Florida, just to name two, have not balanced the budgets on the backs of their children. They increased education funding to ensure that a parent's dreams for their child are not killed with this disease. Parents in the community are watching your actions here today. I urge you to vote no on these cuts. Demand the governor come up with another plan that includes increased revenues. Our students, parents, and educators are no longer willing to be sacrificed for budgetary convenience. Our state needs bold leadership, willing to work in a bipartisan way to rebuild our economy. But I want to remind everyone in this chamber, we need to invest in education if we want to accomplish this. I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. On to the next caller with the last three digits of 559. Please state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak. You are now unmuted and may begin.
Yvette Williams, YVETTE, chair of the Clark County Black Caucus. We do realize the extreme circumstances that we all find ourselves in and the difficult decisions that are before you. We are asking that your budget cuts and any decisions you make, that you use the lens of equity and justice, and in particular, education justice. On the chopping block right now, we have two programs, SB 178, which is referred to as the new Nevada Education funding plan, and Read by 3. Both of those programs disproportionately impact Black students, even more so than Zoom and Victory schools. We have only about 18% of our ELLs being supported through Zoom, whereas SB 178 is supporting a much larger percentage of ELLs. The other thing is, it seems as though the cuts that are being asked to be made in education, again, disproportionately impact students who are least proficient or most vulnerable in the state, and is not fairly distributed amongst all students. So again, students who are most vulnerable are asked to bear the weight of these budget cuts. So we are asking and pleading that you reconsider cutting SB 178 and Read by 3 funds to those students who desperately need it and serve a large majority of our student population. Thank you, and I'll be praying for all of you.
Thank you.
Caller with the last 3 digits, 577. Please state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak. You are now unmuted and may begin.
Hi, this is Chris Bailey, Nevada State Education Association, the voice of Nevada educators for over 100 years. I'm actually just outside the legislature with hundreds of educators who have come to Carson City to make sure that their voices are heard in this special session. We might be locked out of the building, but we are here, and we want to make sure that the legislature takes care to fund healthy schools. Look, nobody envies the position that you're in, looking at $1.2 billion in cuts. And the truth is, you can't get out of this economic disaster by cutting alone. That's why NSEA and hundreds of educators, thousands across the state, are calling on the legislature to match every cut that you consider making with $1 of new revenue. That would be shared sacrifice. It's not going to be easy to do, but nothing now is easy to do. So we're calling on the legislature to be brave. We're calling on the legislature to be bold, and we want you to fund public education and the other services that educators and the students and their families that educators serve rely on. It just can't be done just with cuts. Finally, let me just say this. It's a difficult task in front of you, but there are literally thousands who will take to the streets. There are thousands who will do what needs to be done in political cycles, who are out there on social media, who want to see investment in Nevadans, investment in our services. And we know that getting the economy back on track is going to require reopening schools. But to do that, we need to do it smart. We need to do it safe. We need to make sure that we don't create more of a problem with the COVID-19 crisis when we reopen schools. And that's going to take additional resources. Cutting class size reduction, that doesn't make sense when we know we need smaller class sizes to responsibly reopen. So we'll leave it there. We certainly sent in many messages into your offices. We've also submitted in writing our full session plan. Thank you for
Mr.
doing
Daly,
that.
I'm sorry if you could
Stand
wrap up
be
because we're
brave,
at the end of
people.
time. We're
Thank
down
you.
2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Good luck.
Thank you. Caller with the last 3 digits of 687. Please state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak. You are now unmuted and may begin.
Marie Nices, CCA President-elect, MARIENEISESS. For many years, the children of Nevada have been shortchanged due to lack of resources or not having a highly qualified teacher. Now, as we face one of the biggest challenges impacting public education, the governor is looking to make drastic cuts. Although strides have been made, education has never been adequately funded. Our economy was devastated due to relying on only two industries. The key to building a new economy is investing in public education and not making cuts. Nevada needs to work on diversifying our economy. The governor's proposed cuts will be detrimental to our students with the highest needs. Public education is supposed to provide an equal opportunity for all students, yet these drastic cuts negatively impact our working class minority students the most. By eliminating critical programs, our students with the highest needs will continue to fall further and further behind. Every day, educators do their best to make it work. This year provided to be the most challenging due to moving education to 100% online instruction. Many educators were not prepared and lacked the technology needed to effectively provide virtual instruction. Many of our students were impacted negatively due to the lack of technology and internet access. We were not prepared to ensure our students were receiving proper instruction. Time and time again, the burden of budget shortfalls have been put on the backs of students and educators. Now more than ever, we need to stand up and fight for our students' education. This is not the time to make this about party lines, but rather a time to come together and do what's best for the children of Nevada. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller with the last 3 digits of 612. Please state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak. You are now unmuted and may begin. Caller with the last digit of 612. Okay, on to the next caller with the last 3 digits of 636. Please state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak. You are now unmuted and may begin. Caller with the last 3 digits of 636. Okay, on to the next caller with the last 3 digits of 777. Please state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak. You are now unmuted and may begin.
Hello, thank you. My name is David Espinoza-Levy. I am currently an unemployed disabled student and a father of a household of 5. I want to say thank you for taking these public calls. I just saw a tweet to call in, and I'm not really prepared, but I'll do my best. I have 2 concerns I want to express. The first is, please, whatever the legislature works on for this session, please keep equity in mind for the disadvantaged and middle class. I know you have some very difficult decisions to figure out here. I would just implore you to please consider our group. The second concern I have is with COVID, and I have a 4-year-old son who's in pre-K, and in this next school year, I've made the decision, since he's not legally required to go to school, to keep him home and homeschool him. And I would just ask you to please very carefully look at, for the grade ranges between pre-K and 5, how very difficult it's going to be to reduce or mitigate the risk of transmission of COVID. And just to save time, that's really all I had to share. And thank you for taking these calls.
Thank you. Next caller with the last 3 digits of 830. Please state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak. You are now unmuted and may begin.
Autumn Tampa, AUTUMN, speaking as an individual. I echo the comments of my previous public commenters and would like to thank you for the opportunity to testify. The COVID-19 global crisis has impacted the entire world and has left no country and no state in our union untouched. It is heart-wrenching and disconcerting. It is scary, it is confusing, and it has damaged our economy. The Nevada State Legislature is faced with critical decisions that will impact every Nevada resident and citizen, including many who are not able to speak for themselves: senior citizens, the disabled, the mentally ill, the homeless, and our children. As representatives of the citizens of Nevada, you have the formidable responsibility to protect the safety and well-being of all citizens. You will need to make sure that the homeless, senior citizens, and mentally ill are all cared for. And you will need to stabilize the economy while keeping our children safe and ensuring that they get the best possible education that the COVID-19 crisis allows. I have worked at CCSD for over 21 years, and never has there been enough steady revenue to do the job that is required to do, educate our children. To safely reopen Nevada schools, it is critical to have safety protocols in place and adequate personal protective gear and supplies to keep children and those that teach and oversee their education safe. And this takes money. As you consider this budget, please remember our children. I ask the following. First, that you keep an open mind and an open heart. Next, that you consider the most vulnerable and needy with greater weight. Then that you consider the long-term impacts and consequences versus the short-term gains and goals. Please think outside the box and set aside political agendas when considering cuts. And even though unpopular, create sources of additional revenue to cover the shortfall and the one to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller with the last 3 digits of 636. Please state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak. You're now unmuted and may begin.
Hi, my name is Char Frost, CHARFROST. I'm calling today to talk mostly about mental health. I'm the chair of the Clark Regional Behavioral Health Policy Board. Nevada ranks as 51 on the Mental Health America report. During past economic downturns, mental health took multiple hits. It's only been recently that we've started to see any kind of hope of improvement. This pandemic is a physical health situation, but any physician will tell you there is a direct link between physical and mental health. There is an even more apparent link when compounded with job loss, food insecurity, housing uncertainty, etc. Mental health crosses all racial, religious, and socioeconomic statuses, but any cuts to adult and children's mental health services will impact those who are already struggling the most. Thanks so much for your time, and good luck.
Thank you. Next caller with the last 3 digits of 874. Please state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak. You are now unmuted and may begin.
Hello, my name is Rebecca Garcia, REBECCA-GARCIA. I'm the president of the Nevada Parent Teacher Association and a parent of 3 current CCSD students. As you participate in this special session, we recognize the immense challenges that you face and that our state must deal with right now. We also recognize that decisions that must be made are difficult and none are a perfect answer. Today, we ask that you, our elected leaders, protect public education for our children and Nevada's future. The proposed cuts would be devastating to our schools and children. Nevada already faces the largest class sizes in America. The proposed cuts would effectively eliminate close to 1,000 teaching positions across our state, mostly focused on students who have the highest needs. It would be virtually impossible for schools to meet the public health mandate when the class sizes would also be growing exponentially. My own children routinely have class sizes of 30 to 40 students, and that is at schools that receive the additional funding that is currently on the chopping block. In the current public health crisis, it will cost more, not less, to effectively deliver instruction for students this fall. And still today, a decade after the Great Recession, Nevada education is still suffering a 17% deficit in unrestored cuts. Again and again, education cuts do not get fixed. The proposed cuts now would substantially undermine supports for reading, a vital key to academic development, and critical interventions for our lowest performing students. SB 178, or the new Nevada Education Plan, provides those interventions for students who are most at need. These cuts also would disproportionately fall on the same children for whom distance learning has been nearly impossible. And even with the best efforts of teachers and districts, these challenges most likely will remain in the fall when online education remains part of the equation. As the chair of 2 SOTs in the Clark County School District, I know that these cuts aren't just numbers on a page. They are my children's teachers. They are services that my children have relied on during distance learning and in-person instruction. At this critical time, our children need more resources, not less. And while decisions are difficult, we ask you, our leaders, to find those resources to meet the needs. Every child in every zip code across our state must receive the education that they need to succeed in school and in their life to come. While this special session
if you
will
could
close
wind down.
quickly, we ask you now to make the choice to invest in education for our economic future and for our children. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next caller with the last 3 digits of 849, please state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak. You are now unmuted and may begin.
I'm going to pass. I already spoke on another line.
Thank you. Caller with the last 3 digits of 898, please state and spell your name for the record. You are now unmuted and may begin.
For the record, my name is Annette Magnus, ANNETTE, MAGNUS, and I am the Executive Director of Battleborn Progress. I am currently standing outside of the building now since we were not allowed inside to testify, with our educators and other organizations in support of you all raising or increasing revenue instead of making devastating cuts that will last generations. I am a native Nevadan. I've seen this before. I've seen cuts to mental health and other services over the years. We have never recovered from those cuts and systematic underfunding, and we will now never recover from these cuts that you are about to make if we don't raise revenue. I am asking you to be bold. Stop kicking this can down the road. We have to look at all options to raise revenue, diversify our economy, and stop balancing the budget on working Nevadans and our children. It's not fair to ask students, educators, and parents to make sacrifices as Nevadans, billionaires, sacrifice nothing and continue to increase their own net worth. I know the federal government has not given us what we need as a state to help fill this gap, but we have never raised revenue in this state the right way, and we must change that. We cannot cut Medicaid. We cannot cut SNAP. We cannot cut mental health services. We cannot cut health programs that we need now more than ever. We cannot continue to cut education. We cannot continue to hurt Nevada's workers. I understand the crisis you all face, but now is the time to not back down. We cannot continue to cut as the only solution to our many budget issues. Thank you, and we are looking forward to continuing our work with all of you in the future.
Thank you. Caller with the last 3 digits of 903, please state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak. You are now unmuted and may begin.
Thank you. Hello, for the record, my name is Alida Benson, spelled ALIDABENSON, and thank you for taking the time to listen today. I am asking the Assembly to stop trying to balance the budget while not putting the burden equally on overpaid public employees. The governor has proposed a budget that protects special public union interests over Nevada's children. In a time of budget crisis, he has given public employees pay raises and has not cut any state employees' positions. We say we care about education, but our superintendents of schools are being paid $400,000 while our teachers suffer and our private citizens have not been paid their unemployment. My ask today, cut government jobs to match the unemployment rate, starting with the highest paid. Superintendents of schools are getting paid exorbitant salaries. For example, Jesus Hara was paid $768,000 in 2019. Start cutting jobs to match private unemployment rates and prohibit these folks from being hired back until private unemployment declines. Please pass a law prohibiting Governor Sisolak from taking any salary until unemployment is paid to every worker who's entitled to it. Force the governor to sell his 2 state-owned jets and fly commercial. Stop protecting government employee unions at the cost of our children's education. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. And on to the next caller with the last 3 digits of 210. Please state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak. You are now unmuted and may begin.
Maria Costedo, Mariacastedo. I'm a Nevada resident and educator. Dear Assembly members, during times of trouble, it's even more imperative that we all come together as Nevadans and support those who need it the most. I am calling today because I realize that we face an uncertain and unprecedented economic situation in our state. If we are to come out of this stronger than before, we cannot repeat the mistakes of the past and cut funding to our already depleted education system. I realize that as Nevada begins its rebuilding process, there will be budget cuts. I am very concerned that there will be budget cuts to education. I want to state explicitly that Nevada cannot trim a single dollar from education. If it is in your plans to trim education funds, it must also be in your plans to replace the funds with the new revenue for any dollar cut from education. Why? Education is essential to our economy recovery. If our state is to recover from this economic downturn, it will take a well-educated populace that can innovate and critically think at a high level. Nevada schools will be able to produce these high-level thinkers if they are provided with small class sizes and experienced teachers. We are creating the next generation of scientists, doctors, legislators, and teachers. Furthermore, I think that most of us have come to the realization that during this crisis, that public schools provide far more than an education, from safety nets and safe spaces for our students to counseling and so much more. Given the vast amount of what public schools provide, they are clearly a tremendous economic benefit to our country. Educators are often asked to do more with less, but during this crisis, back to school does not simply mean returning to school. We want to make sure the schools we reopen are better and safer for students and educators. Cutting school budgets while safely reopening just won't work. As we move towards reopening our schools, districts will have new expenses to implement state-recommended health and safety guidelines. Cuts to education compromise our ability to safely reopen, jeopardize the safety of our students, educators, and communities. I fully recognize that tough economic decisions will need to be made in the coming months. Please do everything you can to keep the current amount of money flowing to our public education system. Every decision you make regarding education will be reflected in our future. Undercutting the education of our children and putting the burden of the recovery on the backs of teachers and students cannot be the answer. The children in our community need us now more than ever. I really shouldn't have to, but I beg you to reconsider budget cuts to education. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next caller with the last 3 digits of 368. Please state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak. You are now unmuted and may begin.
Hello. My name is Julia Bledsoe, JuliaBledsoe. I'm humbled by the previous speaker's comments, and I want to just take this moment
Go ahead, caller.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you can speak.
Thank you. Sorry about that. My name is Julia Bledsoe, JuliaBledsoe. I want to start by saying I'm humbled to follow the previous speaker's and I want to add my support for their comments, especially for those with regarding new revenue sources and public education. I represent the Nevada System of Higher Education Classified Council. The NSHE Classified Council is composed of members of classified councils across the Nevada System of Higher Education. We wish to express our concern about the budget matters facing Governor Sisolak's office and the Nevada Legislature. Maintaining a unified workforce that feels seen and heard is an important goal, and we are requesting the following considerations be given when implementing cuts that will affect classified personnel within NSHE and across all bargaining units statewide under collective bargaining. The severity of the state budget crisis is rightful cause for concern. So too is the livelihood of all classified employees statewide. While we understand furloughs may be the only way forward, they will again be a hardship for classified employees who sacrificed the loss of income in the form of furloughs, frozen step increases, no COLA, pay cuts, and permanent loss of longevity pay between 2010 and 2016. These losses are still felt today as we face yet another round of such losses. Any loss or reduction in classified employees' direct monetary compensation should be negotiated through shared governance and/or collective bargaining in accordance with NRS 288.150 to promote equality amongst employees. NSHE Classified Council wishes to acknowledge and express appreciation for the equal application of furloughs across all state of Nevada employees, not just members of the classified staff.
And ma'am, if you could wind down.
As we move forward, if furloughs must be imposed, we request that decisions include language that includes a sunset date. We also request that step increases continue to be awarded, even if they cannot be monetarily satisfied until the economic situation improves. Thank you all. Stay safe and stay well.
Thank you, caller. Next caller with the last three digits of 488. Please state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak. You are now unmuted and may begin.
My name is Jennifer Cantley, JENNIFER CANTLEY, and I am calling today because when I heard that education was on the chopping block, it just brought me to my knees of disappointment. I am a mother of 3 beautiful boys and 2 stepchildren who go to school in Douglas County. My 3 children are at a Title I school where I see roofs caving in because of floods and water pipes breaking and children not having enough seats to sit in or enough teachers to watch them. Budgets have been cut enough from the rural communities where money has been given to the bigger cities of Washoe and Clark County already, and to hear that even more will be taken away statewide just brings tears to my eyes. I am asking the state of Nevada to find other ways. We cannot be taking money from our children. They need support. Our teachers need support. They need to have every piece of any tool that they can get to their leisure to make sure that it is accessible and not put them in danger. I ask you not to look at healthcare or anything to do with education. There are other ways. I thank you for your time today.
Thank you, caller. And now caller with the last 3 digits of 653. Please state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak. You are now unmuted and may begin. Caller with the last 3 digits of 653. Okay, on to the next caller with the last 3 digits of 153. Please state and spell your name for the record. You are now unmuted and may begin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The caller hung up. There are no more callers in the public comment lobby, and that concludes public comment.
Thank you very much. With that, it is 12, I had to bring my glasses, 12:47? 12:40? And I think we're going to take a break before we start having presentations, but I think in order to make sure that the record is clear, we need to report back to the Assembly to conclude, and then we'll reconvene the Committee of the Whole when we return at 1 o'clock. So, Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson, if you could move to rise and report back.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the Committee of the Whole now rise and report back to the Assembly.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. The Assembly will now come to order. Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the Assembly stand in recess until the hour of 1 p.m.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We are in recess until 1 p.m. sharp. We will have our first presenter from the Governor's Finance Office at that time. We are now in recess. The Assembly will come back to order, and we will go back to Order Business 8, motions, resolutions, and notices, so that we can go back into a committee of the whole.
Mr. Speaker, under Order Business 8.
Order Business 8.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the Assembly resolve into a committee of the whole.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Assembly resolved to the Committee of the Whole. The Committee of the Whole will come to order. We are now going to go into our presentations, and I believe they are all prepared to testify via video conference. And so the first set of presentations and information for us to hear are from the Executive Budget Overview. And I believe we have Ms. Susan Brown with the Finance Office, who is going to participate via video conference.
Good afternoon. Susan Brown, Director of the Governor's Finance Office.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Brown.
I will be presenting an overview of the Governor's proposal to address the shortfall in the fiscal year 21. I have a presentation that I will share on the screen that I'll walk through. And then I'll be available to answer any questions. I'm going to start off with fiscal year 20 and give an overview of where we're at in fiscal year 20 right now as we're moving towards closing the fiscal year. We did receive updated consensus projection forecast from Governor's Finance Office and Legislative Council Bureau's fiscal staff as of June 29th of 2020, and these documents reflect those new revenue projections. So in fiscal year 2020, on the unrestricted general fund revenue, we ended up looking like we're going to have approximately a $457.4 million revenue shortfall. Moving down into the second section of this box, the projected distributive school account appropriation, we're looking at approximately $172 million shortfall. And with welfare division, it shows a $1.3 million, and the Attorney General extradition account, $160,000. That brings us to a total unrestricted general fund balance, shortfall of $631 million. This next slide shows you the revenue projection where we got the $457.4 million. This next slide is the distributive school account, and the shortfall that's showing here is the $172 million. The state does have an obligation to make up for the school district's portion of the sales tax. So when that comes in short, the state has an obligation to fill that hole, which is contributing to the shortfall in fiscal year 20. This next slide is actions that have been taken or are in progress. So the transfer from the rainy day fund of $401 million. The operating appropriations, one-time appropriations that were approved at the June 25th IFC. Capital Improvement Program reserves, these are projects that were completed or canceled. Budget reserves from the TRPA, LCB, and Judicial Branch. We are in the process of reviewing CARES Act reimbursements. Agencies were asked to provide that information to this office by July 2nd, and so we are working through those to see what those numbers look like, and we expect this number to change a little bit, but I don't expect it to go down at all. And then the last $23.5 million are budget reserves that had already been booked this fiscal year. This brings the estimated projected ending fund balance to $330.9 million, which exceeds the recommended 5% ending fund balance, which is calculated at $227.1 million. Moving on to fiscal year 21. Here you can see we have an $838 million projected revenue shortfall. The supplemental appropriation for the distributive school account is estimated to be $490.8 million. And then supplemental appropriations for the welfare division and Attorney General in the amounts I mentioned earlier. So this brings our total unrestricted general fund projected shortfall to $1.15 billion for fiscal year 21. Again, the revenue projection that supports this document, the amounts that we have in the document, the distributive school account. You can see here the $490 million includes the $172 million from fiscal year 21, as we moved money between fiscal years, and we'll have to cover that at the end of this fiscal year. And then moving on to this next slide. These are the proposed actions to address the shortfall in fiscal year 21, and start with the acceleration of the net proceeds of minerals. This would require that the spring 2021 payment, which is for the actual fiscal year, is calendar year 2020. So the 2021 fiscal year is the 2020 calendar year payment. At the same time the state receives that payment, we will also receive an estimated payment for calendar year 2021. So you actually get two payments at the same time in the spring of 2021 for fiscal year 2021. The next item is a tax amnesty program. This provides an opportunity for taxpayers with delinquent tax debt to bring their accounts current without penalties and interest. The goal of the tax amnesty program is to reduce the delinquent tax debt owed to the state and increase revenue. The amnesty is expected to run for a 90-day period during fiscal year 21. And then the next is the governmental services tax. This proposal changes the allocation from the current 25% to the general fund, 75% to the highway fund, to 50% to the general fund and 50% to the highway fund for fiscal year 2021 only. Then moving on, we have the budget reserves, and I would just note that I was just notified that there is a slight change to this amount of $542.7 million. That amount is decreasing just slightly by $323,643. There is an adjustment to the Controller's Office and to the Department of Public Safety in the Office of Criminal Justice Assistance and the Division of Emergency Management. And then I'm going to move to the next slide, which is the restricted contingency funds. We've worked with agencies on these proposals to sweep these funds from the restricted contingency. The first one is AB 500, which is the Human Resource and Financial System, and that is an $8.1 million reduction. AB 516, Marcy's Law, a $10 million reduction. AB 543 for the Supreme Court. This is a statewide case management system. We have worked with the Supreme Court, and at this time they are not in need of these funds. If something does not go right with the system that they're currently working in, they could potentially access the regular IFC contingency fund. AB 445 is the taxation market facilitators. Taxation has requested the funds that they need out of this restricted amount, and the $458,000 is what remains. SB 528, the Grant Sawyer relocating of agencies. None of these funds are expected to be utilized in the current fiscal year. And SB 543, the pupil-centered funding plan of $5,379,652. Moving on to the next slide, these are proposed sweeps. Again, I lost my. So these are proposed sweeps from different budget accounts throughout the state that we have gone through and worked with your staff and the agencies to determine these amounts. I'll talk about the Employment Security Special Fund. This account is used to cover expenditures for which federal funds have been requested and not received, and the cost of administration of employment security laws that may not be charged against federal grants, including capital improvements. This is a proposal to sweep $6 million from this account. The Promise Scholarship, this is a proposal to sweep $1,063,000 from this account. This would leave $2.8 million in that Promise Scholarship account. The incentive for licensed education personnel of $600,000. These are unobligated funds. Sorry, I skipped over the School Remediation Trust Fund of $1.6 million. These are also unobligated funds that are being proposed to be swept. I will move down to the Tort Claim Fund. This fund is established to pay claims, including those pursuant to NRS 41.0349 and NRS 41.037. Typical claims include automobile accidents, injuries on state premises or highways. An independent actuary calculates the liability for this fund every 2 years, and it's recommended that the account have a $4 million ending fund balance each year. With the sweep of this funds, that account is expected to maintain that $4 million ending fund balance. And then moving on, the Inmate Welfare Offender Store Fund account, the Department of Corrections proposed sweeping $8 million from this account. The Bond Interest and Redemption account, we have worked with the Treasurer's Office on this, and this account is used to pay costs related to the general obligation bonds. The $9 million is unobligated interest. And then the Public Employee Benefits Program, this would be a subsidy. Sorry, let me start over. The state pays a subsidy for employee health insurance, and with a subsidy holiday for 1 month, the state would not have to pay that subsidy. This is estimated to provide $12 million to the state general fund. This does draw down the Public Employee Benefits Program's reserve. They have 3 reserves, one which is called the IBNR, or Incurred But Not Reported Reserve. They also have what they call a catastrophic reserve. This is funds to pay claims above budget amounts. The third is a health reimbursement arrangement reserve. The catastrophic and HRA levels have been adjusted downward, but the program feels confident that we'll have sufficient reserves in these categories. I have also spoken to staff at the Public Employees Benefits Program, and although the reduction of reserves will not have direct impacts on member premiums or benefits, the unknown impact of COVID-19 related claims do have the potential to affect reserve levels moving forward. And then we have a sweep from the Healthy Nevada Fund of $16,851,440. We worked with the Department of Health and Human Services to arrive at this amount. The disaster relief account, we are proposing to sweep $7 million from this account. There was in fiscal year 20 an appropriation or a transfer made to the Division of Emergency Management. Those funds will be transferred back to the disaster relief account and will be a portion of that $7 million that is proposed to be swept. And then the Behavioral Health Prevention and Treatment, which is AG settlement funds from the Department of Health and Human Services. And this is a sweep of $1.6 million. And finally, the Millennium Scholarship Fund, a proposed sweep of $2 million, and this account would then have a balance of $1.4 million at the end of fiscal year 21 that is projected. Going back to slide 9. Capital improvement projects. There was a separate packet from this slide deck that has the capital improvement program proposed changes that would generate $72.5 million in general fund savings. The Attorney General, we've worked with their office, and there are $11.2 million there available that we could sweep. We, like I said earlier, we are working through CARES Act reimbursements, and this is the projected amount that we would receive in $29.5 million in fiscal year 21. And then additionally, it's proposed that state employees and the Nevada System of Higher Education take 12 furlough days a year. This amount also includes a small amount for the judicial branch. And then freezing of the merit salary increases. This is for the executive branch and the Nevada System of Higher Education, and that's about $14.3 million. So we would have that would generate approximately $934.5 million, and then we would have to reduce the $300,000 that I spoke of on those adjustments that have to be made. This would bring the estimated ending fund balance to $214,601,458 at the end of fiscal year 21. And then we also in the separate packet have one-shot funds that would be swept as well. And that is a total of $27.9 million. And with that, I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. We will go to questions, and I'm assuming that we have some. For those of you, just so I clarify, for those of you at your desk where you can light up, please go ahead. Only the folks in the back are going to need to use the email to indicate that they have a question. So I'll start with Assemblywoman Carlton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And thank you, Ms. Brown, for walking us through this. There's a lot of numbers here. There's a lot of information here. We're currently sitting as a committee of the whole. You have a number of Ways and Means members here in the body, but the majority of the body is not as familiar with these things as the Ways and Means members would be. So we love that you're so fast when you testify, because we know we're going to get a lot of information very quickly from you. But if you could kind of just go back and go over a couple of the things in your presentation, especially on page 5, the proposed actions to address the shortfall. I think it would be good for the body to understand some of these different categories. And I know there's going to be a lot of questions about the CARES Act. We really want to understand how the CARES Act money is going to be used to help backfill some of the reductions. And we know that that's a moving target, and things have changed probably since the last time we've talked. So that would be very good for the body to hear about. And also on page 9, the shortfall list and how some of those decisions were made and some of the items that might be in there, so that the body understands really the impact of what sweeping some of these funds really is to the different budgets. So if you could elaborate a little bit more, that would be very helpful.
Okay, so going back to page 5. So back to page 5, in the budget reserves, the operating appropriations, the Governor's Finance Office had reached out to state agencies and requested that they provide us with budget reductions up to 4% for fiscal year 20. And so we worked with the agencies on these proposals. This includes a lot of things like frozen positions, frozen travel, reducing expenditures to only spend funds on absolutely essential items, knowing that we were going to have a budget shortfall. And then I'm going to talk about the CARES Act money for a moment, and then I'll go back to the one-time appropriations. That's all right? So going to the CARES Act reimbursement, the amount of $35.8 million. What we have done there is we have worked with agencies on potential reimbursements for costs that were incurred as a result of the coronavirus. So those costs could include things like disinfectant, disinfecting wipes for the offices, Kleenex for the offices, putting up the plexiglass like you've done in the legislative building. It is covering costs such as public safety officers. Through the guidance that we received, public safety officers can be funded completely with this money. So we have swapped the funding for some of those positions. We have swapped funding for positions in welfare that were also deemed to be eligible. And then the administrative leave that state employees have been taking as a result of the pandemic, those costs are also eligible. So you would see on, I guess you don't have that sheet from on the fiscal year 20 piece. There's a big portion, a big chunk of that money is actually administrative leave. $6 million of that is administrative leave. It's about $8 million at the Department of Public Safety for public safety officer positions that are eligible. We're looking at just north of $5 million in reimbursements for corrections not related to overtime and about another $880,000 related to overtime. There are positions in other positions in public and behavioral health who are also eligible to have their salaries swapped. So those are the things that we are looking at. And as I said, agencies were requested to provide us with those reimbursements last week so that we could go through those and put those in work programs that would be considered at the August IFC. We will also continue to watch as that guidance changes, and if it appears that other things can be gone back and looked at, and we will comb through those and find everything we can to the best of our ability to reimburse those costs. So we may see some of these reimbursements for fiscal year 20 occur in fiscal year 21, depending on how that guidance might potentially change. As far as the budget reserves, these are funds, for example, here.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, if I might, just because we're on the CARES Act, if I could ask Ms. Brown to elaborate a little bit further.
Sure.
There's been some concerns expressed about employees being paid through the pandemic while they were staying at home. It's my understanding that a good portion of the CARES Act money you were just speaking about is going to be used to address those salaries at that time, the administrative leave that employees were put on. And even though some of the agencies aren't back fully in this fiscal year, will CARES Act dollars be able to be used to help cover some of those salary costs also?
Susan Brown for the record. Yes, the CARES Act funds will be able to be used to cover some of those administrative leave costs in fiscal year 21. So while we're still under phase 2, there's a little more leeway in reimbursing those costs. So as we open up more, then there will be less leeway, and we have put out additional guidance for state agencies on that for fiscal year 21.
Thank you very much. And if you could repeat the number on the administrative leave, you did a couple of numbers very quickly there. I just want to make sure that we have that number clear as part of the record.
So the administrative leave, and this is through, I believe, June 15th, is $6,033,842. That is just the general fund component. That doesn't include, say, the highway fund, which would also be eligible.
And do we know how much the highway fund was? Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the leeway.
If you will give me 1 second, I can look that up. For the highway fund, right now I have $8,810,392. And I expect that number to go up as well.
Thank you very much.
Is that it for now, Assemblywoman? If I could, Assemblywoman Carlton touched on it, Ms. Brown, and I wanted to back up a little bit and maybe do somewhat of a 20,000-foot level conversation a little bit so they understand the context, because we kind of just went into, here are the numbers. Could you talk about how the projections that you based your proposed cuts came to be? And then also, are these cuts based on that amount alone, or I believe you had referenced getting feedback from various agencies about their need. And, how did you balance if it was just a mathematical amount of a cut versus assessing needs where, for example, one agency might cut 10%, and another agency might, if you cut 10, you might as well cut 100 because they're unable to sustain it. If you could kind of give an overview, particularly for the folks that are not on Ways and Means or IFC.
I can talk about that piece of it. The revenue projections are a consensus projection from the Legislative Council Bureau and the Governor's Finance Office. And we had projections that were done in May, and then they were updated in June. So that's part of the difference and why the numbers are a little bit lower than what we saw in June and were talked about then, which I believe that the number was about 812 million was the projected shortfall at that time for fiscal year 20. As far as the budget cuts that have been made or are being proposed to be made, we have worked with the agencies, and we started with what their recommendations were, and there were some things that just were not feasible, we didn't believe, and so those were removed, and we looked for other options. And Health and Human Services was one of those where there were a lot of positions that had originally been proposed to be eliminated, would have been a lot of layoffs, and I want to say that number was somewhere around 450 positions. Health and Human Services went back and looked at other options, and we worked with them, and they now do not have any proposed layoffs within Health and Human Services. So this has been a collaborative effort with agencies to come up with what the proposed budget reductions would be.
Thank you.
So everyone has not been cut equally, as you had indicated.
Right. Thank you, and I certainly don't mean to suggest that we have a surplus in any state level funding. We recognize the challenges that our state has, but I wanted to make sure that the public, as well as members who are not on money committees, had a little bit of foundation on the record. There are a couple other folks, at least in the queue, that have questions. As you were going through the budget, though, there were a couple of items I just wanted to point out to make sure that folks understand what they are. And then I presume there's going to be some other issues raised by folks with questions. I'm referencing page 9 of your presentation, and you went through that one. I think that a lot of folks understand acceleration of net proceeds on minerals, essentially mining paying projected taxes up front. Could you talk about this tax amnesty program and what that is, and how that came to be part of the projected way to address shortfall? And then also the government service tax talks about the split, but I just want to make sure that I get on the record and get out there for the public who is listening as well, that what the number was before 50-50.
Okay. I'll start with the governmental services tax. The number before the 50-50 split, and this is the current legislatively approved amount, is 25% goes to the general fund, 75% goes to the highway fund. And then this is proposing to make that a 50-50 split. So 50% would go to the general fund and 50% to the highway fund just for the current fiscal year.
So this 23 million is the representing the extra 25%?
That is correct.
Thank you. And then can you talk more about the tax amnesty program?
I'll talk a little bit more about that. So this came about in conversations with the director of the Department of Taxation when we were looking through potential ways to mitigate this shortfall. And this was something that has been done in the past. It was done, I believe, in 2010 was the last time it was done. And this provides an opportunity for taxpayers that have delinquent taxes, gives them the opportunity to come forward and pay those accounts and make them current without being subject to penalties and interest. So the goal is obviously to reduce the delinquent tax debt, and in doing that, that increases revenue to the state, local governments, and the school districts. So the proposal is to have this run for a 90-day period. The specific dates have not yet been determined. It would include any tax that the department collects, and the penalties and interest would be waived for the tax period as long as the outstanding debt is paid in full.
All right, thank you. All right, I have a few folks that have been waiting to ask questions. Is there a follow-up on that? Actually, I want to make sure that I'm looking at that 10 million figure correctly, because is the assumption that these are people who would just indefinitely not pay, and that's why we're adding it to the books? Or, you know, are we actually really realizing a $10 million increase? Are these folks just going to just have a lien and go away, or is this something that we would have been collecting anyway eventually?
I don't know that if we would have been collecting it anyway eventually. But I do know it was determined by the actual tax debt that is between 60 days and 3 years old. And the Department of Taxation estimated that we could collect 30% of those taxes. The $10 million represents just the general fund portion of those taxes that could potentially be collected.
And does, Ms. Brown, does that represent the percentage that was realized in 2010 when we last did it? We actually saw folks paying it that would not have otherwise paid it due to the fees associated with being late?
I don't have the answer to that question, but I could find out and get back to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, I'm going to go to some other members. I believe Assemblyman Carrillo had a question. And after that, I have Assemblyman Kramer, and then Assemblywoman Titus, and then Assemblyman Wheeler.
Mike. I'd sent my questions to the chamber, and I didn't think I was going to be able to actually say them, so. Okay, it's part of a two-part question. Trying to find the first part of it. Well, the first one is basically the rainy day fund. Where's the, currently we know it was completely swept. Is that going to be to where it's funded, goes back into the rainy day fund, and then eventually will be swept as the FY continues through 21? How is that going to work?
Susan Brown for the record. If I could just clarify, there is statutorily, I'm not sure if this is your question, statutorily 1% of the economic forum projection is placed into the general fund at the beginning of the fiscal year. Is that what you're referring to?
Well, I was under the impression that any monies that came from marijuana would actually go into the rainy day fund. And is that currently the case right now after it's been swept after the IFC meeting on the 25th of June? From here.
Susan Brown for the record.
Moving forward.
The marijuana money.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Is that moving forward? Any monies that comes into the marijuana or the rainy day fund, does that actually get swept up anymore?
There are no marijuana monies going into the rainy day fund at this point in time. Those were changed during the 2019 session and put into the distributive school account. And the other marijuana money goes directly to the Cannabis Compliance Board.
Okay. And the other question I had is regarding buyouts for state employees that are close to retirement. Was there anything checked into that regarding how they were going to possibly do the buyouts? I know they did this in the last recession, so I'm just wondering, is that going to be something they're going to look at as well this session, the special session?
Susan Brown for the record. At this time, we are not proposing buyouts for state employees. There are a few, about 20 positions that are potential layoffs. So it's possible that there could be a buyout related to those, but that has not yet been determined.
Okay, so that could still be then?
For a very few people.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. I'll go to Assemblyman Kramer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ms. Brown, I have basically 4 questions, and I'll speak to them and then let you answer them all together, I think is the best way. You mentioned that in June you updated your numbers, and I'm going to reference Carson City for a minute. April's numbers for Carson City, they had estimated that the sales tax revenue would be 35% below what was forecasted last year. Turned out to be 5% lower, so significantly better. Am I to understand that your updated numbers reflect the better numbers for April and perhaps continuing on? That's question number 1. Question number 2, you mentioned the bond interest and redemption, and you named it at $9 million sweeping from that fund. My understanding that the initial number from that was something over 15 million, and I'm wondering why the change on that. Question number 3, I understand the Attorney General has a fund that is basically comprised of awards from lawsuits nationwide where Nevada participated. My understanding that the balance in that account was something over 20 million, and someplace I read that we were going to sweep 9 million of that to the fund, and I'm wondering why 9 million and not more. And my final question is on page 9, you reference 51 million for furloughs coming into this reduction in cost based on furloughs. My understanding was that 1 day of furlough was something like $14 million, so 12 furlough days would be significantly more than 51 million. So I guess I'd like a response on that. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'll start with the revenue projections. And I'm told that, yes, the new projections do reflect the April numbers, and they were much better than were originally anticipated, which we are seeing in the proposed shortfall or the projected shortfall that we're seeing at this point in time. And then the bond interest and redemption, you are correct. It was originally proposed at just over $15 million. $3.2 million of that is going to be reverted in fiscal year 20 through an account at the System of Higher Education. And in fiscal year 21, there is a similar amount that will be reverted in that account as well. And then $9 million will be swept from the bond interest and redemption account. So how that is being done is there was additional savings in that account that they were able, with those funds, to pay the costs or bonds in the higher education account. So they will not be paid out of the higher education account. The Attorney General settlements, the account does, I believe, have over $20 million in it. In working with the Attorney General's office, there is $11 million that is being proposed to be swept out of that account. And based on information provided from the Attorney General's office, they have indicated that the remaining balance in that account is restricted and not eligible to be swept into the general fund. And then on the furloughs, I need a minute on that. Wait just one second, I need the file to load so I can explain that. So the calculation for furloughs, 1 day generates on the executive branch side $4.7 million in savings. When we reduce that down for the amount that would be related just to the general fund, a 1 day furlough is $2,836,126 for the executive branch. And then you would add to that $1,420,955 for the system of higher education. So 1 day of furlough for those two is about $4.2 million. And then adding in the amount for the judicial branch, that's how we get to the $51 million. So for the executive branch, the estimated savings is $34 million roughly, just a little over. And for the system of higher education, it's just over $17 million.
Thank you. I'll next go to Assemblywoman Titus. And Assemblywoman, before you go, I want to reiterate, for the folks in the back row, I think to be consistent, if you could come up to the mic, and that way that we don't have everybody climbing over each other depending on who's closer to the end or the center. I just think it'll be simpler. So folks on in the main chamber, if you're at your mic, that's fine, but for the folks in the back, if you have a question, if you can make your way to the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you, Director Brown, for being here today. I know you have spent countless hours on this and has presented to us in IFC and answered our questions as best you can. One of the things that I'm seeing out of this is that we're constantly seeing these numbers change, and even today, yet there's some more adjustments. So I'm wondering, and I have a couple questions. So I'm wondering, when our casinos closed down, from that point on, when was it that you reached out to the agencies that you said you have regarding their budgets and possible savings? At what point in this was that asked?
One moment, I have to look that up and see when. So on March 23rd, we sent out a memo asking agencies to prioritize their spending for essential activities.
Great. Thank you.
There's more.
Go ahead. Good.
March 16th, we did hiring freeze. And then the memo requesting agencies to do the 6 to 14% budget cuts went out on April 3rd.
Great. Thank you for that, and thank you for having the information. My next questions will be a little bit easier, all on page 9, so you won't have to look so hard to find those. Just on the accelerated net proceeds of minerals, and I know the mining industry is absolutely supportive of this. It is something that helps. They've done it in the past during our Great Recession. That was part of the solution. I've had some mining companies reach out to me that they haven't made a profit yet, and they're wondering how that's going to work out. And I was wondering how, if you know, and if you don't know, how that is figured. If maybe you could get us that information, I'd appreciate that, but I'll give you a chance to answer the question.
Thank you for the question. I will have to get back to you on that one.
Okay. And the final one, the same page though, under furloughs, we've had some folks reach out to us about, in our hearings at IFC and other areas, and I'm sure out of committee meetings, we get emails and that worried about their particular agencies, and we know that not all agencies are actually created the same or do the same job, One of the couple in particular that involve federal dollars. We had an email, I think everybody in this chambers had an email from Social Security folks. And then we've had emails from, and contact from our Department of Public Safety and some of the NDOT funding, which are federal fundings. And I'm wondering how the blanket furlough decision was made, because I'm concerned that some of these actually might cost us more money. Some of these departments that are so low in personnel now that they can't afford to go by themselves because it's public safety and a safety for their employees. And if you furlough them, somebody has to work. Somebody has to take up that job because they can't be left unattended, whether it's a highway patrolman or highway folks. And it costs more money then to cover the person coming in at time and a half. So I'm just wondering about the blanket furloughs and the risk of losing federal funds and perhaps even costing the state more money. And thank you. That'll be my last question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that question. So furloughs obviously are very complicated, and there are a lot of different funding sources across the state. There is a proposal, there's within the statute, within a bill that's being proposed for furloughs that should have an exception process in it. And we are working right now in this office to put together what that process looks like for agencies so that they can potentially come forward and ask for an exception to the furloughs. And we will be working with those agencies. This is one that I've actually been working with Dieter on to come up with some different options for them and some solutions. The Social Security Administration has already submitted a letter indicating that they don't believe that the Social Security Administration folks should be taking the furlough. So we will work through that, and there's some flexibility within all of this that we plan to work through with agencies, and in some cases it has to be on a case-by-case basis how all of this will work. But there will be a process put in place for potential exceptions.
Thank you, Director Brown.
Thank you, Senator Wheeler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was just looking at the $2 million that's going to be cut back from the Governor's Office of Economic Development, Ms. Jones, and obviously at a time when we really need to get more revenue into the state. I'm wondering if anyone has done any kind of study or look at that to see what it's going to cost us in new business coming in.
Mr. Wheeler, this is where we actually swapped the funds. We were able to find another funding source that could be utilized for the same purpose as that $2 million in general fund. So the Economic Development Office will still be able to do those programs.
Okay, thank you very much.
Senator Levitt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm looking at page 11, the proposed actions to address the general fund, and I was specifically looking at the Millennium Scholarship Fund, the $2 million that it was being reduced, and you'd said that there was going to be, I believe it was $1.6 million left in that account. Is that correct?
It's estimated there will be $1.4 million left in that account at the end of this fiscal year. $1.4 million.
1.4. So what is that 1.4 left for? Because it seems like you're taking well over 2/3 of that money out. So how do you decide who will get the funding now for the Millennium Scholarship if it's reduced that drastically?
So the Millennium Scholarship account has, I'm going to say somewhere in the neighborhood of $30 million in the account. And $2 million that is being proposed to be swept is after all of the expenses that have been projected to occur in that account are taken out. So this is funds that are unobligated at this point in time and would leave a balance in the account for any additional needs.
So was there any consideration of maybe suspending or freezing the Millennium Scholarship for FY21 just to maybe try and recover some of that money?
I'm not sure I understand the question on that.
Well, I mean, from what I understand, and I'm not really versed on it, but the Millennium Scholarship is awarded annually, and so there's a certain amount that would be dedicated in just FY21, and so was it looked at to maybe freeze or suspend awards of the Millennium Scholarship for FY21 simply because of the situation we're in?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And if I can clarify, I want to make sure I understand the question and the answer as well. I just want to make sure that I understood whether the question was based on the belief that this cut would essentially get rid of the Millennium Scholarship. Kind of, yeah. Okay, so Ms. Brown, could you answer that question? Is the move that Assemblyman Levitt asked about resulting in the eradication of the Millennium Scholarship for this cycle?
Susan Brown, for the record, no, this does not result in the eradication of this program for the cycle.
Thank you.
So for fiscal year 21, we're projecting to have $41 million in expenses in that budget account for Millennium Scholarship.
Thank you. Assemblywoman Tolles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you so much for all the hard work that you've put into this. A couple questions. One on page 9, our favorite page. Taking a look at the IFC, restricted IFC appropriations, it's my understanding we had $41.6 million in that account, and I understand certainly why we need to continue to have money in that account for this next year for emergencies and so forth. But I would just wondered if you could enlighten us as to how we came up with the number of $26,228,299, because it's pretty specific, and what is the flexibility for the remaining amount that's left after we pull that out? And then I have a follow-up question after that.
So for the restricted contingency funds, how we came up with this amount was we worked with agencies on these particular items that are in the restricted contingency account, and these are funds that can be swept without having a major impact on any of these programs or processes that are happening. I don't have the list of the other items that are in their restricted contingency. I believe one of those is for the replacement of the criminal justice information system, and that program is still, the replacement of that system is still moving forward. And I would have to do some research and see what the other items are in there, but these were the ones that were identified where these reductions could be made.
Thank you. And if that's something that it's possible to gather in a timely manner, if we could request that that be shared, that would be helpful.
Yes, I believe we can get that to you this afternoon.
Appreciate that. Thank you. And then it's my understanding that the actual Medicaid expenditures for June were less than anticipated due to lower rates of utilization, for lack of a better term. And so that begs the question with items like that, and then perhaps if we have greater revenues than expected, could you just help us understand a little better what is our flexibility in regards to the cuts that we're going to be taking a look at in the following presentations to utilize greater revenue that may come in than anticipated, or examples of underutilized Medicaid expenses to help reduce some of the cuts that we'll be evaluating in these next couple of days. Thanks.
Susan Brown for the record. So we have proposed to have language built into these bills that would provide flexibility to add back programs if additional funds became available. And then programs and projects would be prioritized. And agencies have been working on what those priorities are. So the plan is within those bills to have as much flexibility as possible should we either receive additional revenues or realize additional savings, like you noted in the Medicaid program, or have additional revenues, or any funds from the federal government that we might receive that would help us with any of these shortfalls. So that's an area where we're asking for flexibility in the legislation that may be passed in this special session.
Thank you. Assemblywoman Carlton.
Thank you for recognizing me, Mr. Chairman, and just for some clarifications. When we were speaking earlier about when the minority leader had asked about the exception proposal for furloughs, I just want to make sure that the body is aware, and I'm not sure if Ms. Brown mentioned it or not, but if they do get that exception, then the time off of work and unpaid leave would basically amount to the employee having to take a 4.6% pay cut. So if they do get that exemption, their pay is lowered, and it is lowered going forward. It does not get reinstituted later on. That pay is lowered. And as far as the questions about the restricted IFC appropriations, it's common practice for IFC to set money aside for the biennium so that when certain projects come to fruition, that money is available. Let's use, for example, the art museum in Las Vegas that was working with the Reno Art Museum. They needed to raise a certain amount of money before they could come to IFC to get money. And also we had some issues with the Grant Sawyer building. If we had needed money for that, we set money aside for those. Those projects will no longer, not that the art museum is already done. Don't want anybody getting a flurry over that, but the other appropriations, those projects will not be going forward. Those issues probably won't be addressed in the next fiscal year, so those monies will go back to the general fund.
Thank you. I believe Assemblywoman Hanson had a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Ms. Brown. What a daunting task. I just needed a clarifying question addressed on your slide 9 on the freeze on the merit salary increase for state and NSHE. It said 14 million for the projected and the difference 14. And then over on the general fund shortfall solutions, kind of the one pager that we're looking at as well, it shows 28,806,000. I was just curious, am I looking at that correctly? Because the numbers are different.
Yes, the correct number is the one that you see on slide 9, the $14.3 million. The $28 million was calculated, and it was discovered that we were having an issue within the budget system that we had to bring the programmers in to correct, and that error was fixed. So it was overstated in the original proposal that you're looking at, the one pager with the $28 million.
Okay, great. Thank you. Then the 14 million, I guess that's good news. It's not as bad. Thank you.
Any other questions? I don't want to mix between the email and the board. Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson. Oh, Assemblywoman Neal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Chairman. So, Ms. Brown, I had a question on page 11 with the employment security P&I. Could you clarify that for me? Because I was trying to understand, is that one of the funds that was also going to be swapped, or just give me a little bit more information on that? You whipped through really, really quickly, and I tried to take notes, but that was one I missed.
So the Employment Security Special Fund has a cash balance right now of about $14 million, and I believe $3 million of that is obligated. It is my understanding that there may be a portion of those funds that may be eligible for reimbursement through federal grants, but this is an account that is within the Employment Security Division. It's commonly known as the penalties and interest account, and it is used to cover expenditures for which federal funds have been requested and not received, and then the cost of administration of employment security laws that cannot be charged against federal grants, including capital improvements. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Brown.
Thank you.
Other question from the floor? Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson. Oh, Assemblywoman Carlton.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman. And along that same lines, I had questions about that also. And I just think it's really important that folks out there understand that with the issues that we've had with Dieter and the families that are struggling right now because of being able to get access to their unemployment insurance, that we make it perfectly clear that these dollars in no way affect service levels or benefit levels that our constituents are trying to access right now. It's a totally different fund, and it can be used to help mitigate some of the other issues for the state, but these are not dollars that are used for claims or services as far as it goes with Dieter. If you could be sure and put that on the record for us.
That is correct. These do not impact individuals who are receiving claims or services from Dieter.
Assemblywoman Carlton, you done? You satisfied? Okay. Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Ms. Brown. So my questions, I'm on page 7, and I wanted to get some more information on the record. I'm looking at the second to last line regarding commerce tax credits, and then it also has in there all other tax credits. And so initially we had anticipated I would say the non-collection of $94.5 million that were going to not be collected in tax credits, and that's been revised down by $35 million. But can you give me more detail about the specific tax credits that are not going to be allocated out?
I don't have that information with me, but I can get that to you if you would like.
Thank you so much. I think that's important to talk about because I think, especially for me, it'd be interesting to know which of those tax credits we're going to keep on the books and where they're coming from. I don't see them necessarily in the GoEd budget, so I just wanted to get a handle on that. I do have a different question. Is that allowable, Speaker? Okay, thank you.
Assemblywoman.
Yeah. And I know we're going to be going more into our DSA budgets here in a minute, but I just wanted to talk a little bit about the state share element. So this is page 8. I think some really interesting things to note, right? Because when the economy shuts down, you wonder, well, what will that look like? And you might assume that when people stop spending money, they stop spending money evenly across the board. But when we look at our revenue and what's come in and what we've collected in taxes, you can see, people's different types of spending habits and what's happening. I think that makes it interesting for us and difficult for us because as we project what revenue is going to be coming in, we're kind of guessing what people are going to spend money on when they have that discretionary money to spend. So in looking at the state share elements, I think am I reading this right that we're looking at a potential loss of $10 million in recreational marijuana retail tax, and that's a projection, or that's collected to date?
So slide 8 is for fiscal year 21. So that is a projected number that we would be $10 million short.
So people will let up on that by about $10 million. I see another line, and I'm just not familiar with it. And this is, it's going down a little bit, out of state local school support tax. And I'm not familiar with that out of state.
Can you give me just 1 second? Online. Yeah, if you can give me 1 minute, I can get an answer to that question.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And then still in that same line, the another thing where I just see numbers and projections, and I think for the record, just a little bit of rationale would help us and the public understand the DSA share of slot tax, and that looks to be projected upwards by about $2 million. And I didn't know where we were in our thinking that that the slot tax revenues would be increasing.
Susan Brown, for the record, that projection was received from the Gaming Control Board. And this is a little bit higher in 2021. But I can get back to you on that, why it's projected to be a little bit higher.
Thank you so much. And I see the same thing, that we're projecting more in federal mineral lease revenues. And so just kind of in that same thinking of where we are seeing the projection of revenues going down, where we might be seeing the projections of revenues coming up. And
this is Russell Ginden, Principal Deputy Fiscal Analyst with the Fiscal Analysis Division. And I'm not sure what of all the questions you want me to address. I can try and address the annual slot tax one. The reason why that's going, when the casinos were basically had to shut down, those devices sort of go into suspense. So then as they open back up at the beginning of June, they're bringing those slot machines back on and paying the license fee. And then they have to pay it again. Additional devices throughout FY 2021, when they bring them on, they have to pay for the right to be able to use those devices on a prorated basis. So what's happening is, as they come to that fiscal year and they continue, the expectation is to continue to bring slot machines on, they're paying that additional fee that we wouldn't have gotten but for the virus. That's the mathematics of why the FY21 estimate under the revised is greater than the original estimate. And I realize, hopefully that helps, and it may not have, but that's the issue. Was there another question that I missed and I should be addressing as your fiscal staff?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you to Mr. Ginden. There was a question, I had a question on page 7, the bottom, commerce tax credits, and then the all other tax credits. And so for the legislative record, I wanted information, if we have it, on what those other tax credits are.
Business tax. Under current statute, the entity is allowed to take a credit up to 50% of their commerce tax from the preceding fiscal year and use that as a credit against their current fiscal year's MBT. So there was programs that are in place, ranging from the one that most people know about is the GoEd tax credits, which are the Tesla tax credits, but they're now done. Tesla's earned all their credits. But also the film tax credit program, there's the Nevada New Markets. And first, the housing division told us that because of obviously what's sort of going on out there in the real world, that they don't expect that there'll be a project probably completed that would be taking tax credits in FY21. Thus, the $10 million that we put on the sheets during for this program in the 2019 session, we've removed that $10 million in affordable housing tax credits from the sheets for FY 2021. And then there was also an adjustment to the amount of film tax credits that we would believe will be taken in FY21 based on information provided to us by the Film Office. And finally, there was sort of a slight adjustment to the catalyst account tax credit programs based on information that we got from talking to the Governor's Office of Economic Development. So someone, I hope that answers your question sufficiently for that question.
Thank you so much. Through Chairman, I guess, sorry, not Speaker, through Chairman Frierson to Mr. Ginden. So we are sweeping the total of the allowable housing tax credits, but we're not anticipating that to impact any projects. And then are we equally sweeping the same amount from film and from Catalyst, or do we have a justification for why those wouldn't be a total sweep, just like housing?
That you dollars over there and you're moving occur now based on what we thought would occur back when we were evaluating this in the 2019 session. So, for instance, the film tax credit program, based on information we had during the 2019 session, we had $6 million of film tax credits on the sheet. Based on information from the Film Office, I'm going from memory here, but I think what we're thinking of now may be closer to $1 million. So that's a $5 million net add because we're going from a minus $6 million to a minus $1 million. For the catalyst account tax credits, we have $5 million on the sheets, which was the maximum amount that could be taken during the 2019 session. We now believe that's going to be closer to, there won't be any tax credits that will probably be taken in FY21. And then again, as I said, on the affordable housing, we put the $10 million on the sheets under the expectation, based on talking to housing during the 2019 session, that they could potentially have a project online and those tax credits may be available to be taken in FY21. Based on our conversations with staff from the Housing Division, that event is not expected to occur. Thus, you can see that the change for these three tax credits programs I'm talking about, it's approximately, I believe, around $21 million is the net positive change here, because we're moving from a larger negative number to a smaller negative.
Thank you. And I think,
and again, I hope that answers your question.
Through Chairman Frierson to Mr. Ginden, I missed the amount on Catalyst. I think it was, you said roughly a total of 5 over the biennium, and we had 5 to, or it's 1 million or 2 million that were, I missed, if you could do those.
We had $5 million on the sheets for that as the amount of tax credits that we thought would be taken for that program in FY21 alone, not the biennium, FY21. And we now believe it's going to be much closer to 0 for FY21 based on information.
Do you, through Chairman Frierson to Mr. Ginden, do you have an idea of why we would hold on $2 million in the film tax credit? Do we have indication that we have something in the queue and immediate use for those dollars?
We're leaving around, I think it's somewhere around $1 million on the sheets as potential tax credits to be taken in FY21. And you are correct to some of them. That information is based on the Film Office was able to go look at the projects that are applying, and when they think they would be, either they have applied, they've been approved, and they're going to be completing the process where the audit would be completed and they'll actually be awarded the credits that could be taken in FY21, or there's potentially other projects that are in the queue and could work their way through. So again, it's still an estimate, but we weren't comfortable removing it, reducing it any more below the amount that we did based on the information that budget and fiscal had available to them from the Film Office for FY21.
Thank you, Mr. Ginden. Through Chair Frierson to Mr. Ginden, I think one of the things that's interesting, especially with the history of the film tax credits, is we have traditionally allocated those credits, but then we've had really mixed results in terms of whether there's even applications for those credits or not, and whether we have projects coming in the state to use them or not. So I think us keeping a tab on that $1 million and whether it gets used or not would be smart. If the rationale for sweeping dollars for housing is that we don't have an anticipated project coming in, then I would think we would want to apply that logic across all of these. If we don't necessarily have a project for film coming in, then the same logic should apply. There was just one last question I had, Chairman Frierson. It was just a clarification on a terminology on page 8. And I'll ask it of Mr. Ginden. And so on page 8, once again, in the distributive school account summary, there's a line in here in the bottom box. It says out-of-state local school support tax, and it's the state share of that 2.6%. So is that just the state share, or is there a distinction of that that's different and why it's called out-of-state?
Yes. Since you're asking it, I was going to come back on and try and answer that. Because the state is, it's a business not maintaining a fixed place of business in the state. And so the decision was made long ago that that portion of the LSST that comes from the out-of-state designation goes into the DSA as a state revenue source for the Nevada Plan funding formula, versus you look up above, and that if you see on table A, it says less dash guaranteed revenue, and you see local school support tax. That's what we commonly refer to as the in-state portion. So that's the stuff from your businesses doing business in the state versus those that don't have a fixed place of business in the state. So the decision was made in the Nevada Plan funding formula that the in-state is a guaranteed revenue guaranteed local revenue source, but the out-of-state actually goes physically into the distributed school account. The bottom line is for both of these pieces of local school support tax, under the Nevada plan, the state has to hold the estimate used to produce the general fund appropriation amount harmless. So as Ms. Brown said, right, as we make reductions in the local school support tax, then that can drive the general fund appropriation requirement up to maintain the basic guaranteed support amount that was approved. So what's driving the out of state, right? That would be out of state. What's now starting to happen back in 2018, when we passed the regulation to implement, right? There are entities not maintaining a fixed place of business in the state. They're out of state retailers selling to Nevadans. So that's what's driving and probably helping out the out of state piece of the LSST in relation to the in-state with what's going on in this current pandemic. And hopefully that answered your question again to some of them. If not, please let me know.
This process of Committee of the Whole is unique, and we're in unique times. So this is your opportunity to ask questions. Obviously, you're able to follow up on your own as well to get follow-up questions answered, but we will have a complete picture after the next couple of days. So with that, Ms. Brown, I thank you for your patience and for your explanations.
Thank you.
At this point, I think we If we could remain at ease, there'll be another round of handouts for our next presentation. And we will be looking at the Nevada Department of Education next. Yes. Okay, if
Afternoon, Speaker. Can you hear us?
I can hear, I was looking for a video.
Just have ourselves. We do not
There
have
we go.
a video present. Oh, okay. Oh, you're waiting for the video from the stream. Great, thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Ebert, and we will look forward to your presentation and then questions.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the Assembly. For the record, my name is Joan Ebert. I'm the State Superintendent of Public Instruction FY21. Last session, you passed Senate Bill 543, which created the pupil-centered funding plan. The goal was to increase equity, access, and transparency in our funding model and to bring it in line with the realities of what today's students need. With your leadership, we were planning to pave a path toward a brighter future for Nevada's children during the 2021 session. The reality is that today's students need more, not less. I still believe that we can create a bright future, or I wouldn't be sitting here today. Reduced funding means we will have to think, spend, and plan differently than ever before. We need to leverage our collective capacity and resources to do what's best for our students and educators in both the short and long term. I will share context about the priorities and goals of the department and our districts. Later in the presentation, you'll hear from three superintendents, Dr. Summer Stevens, who is the superintendent for Churchill County School District. You will hear from Dr. Jesus Jara, the superintendent for the Clark County School District, and Dr. Kristen McNeil, who is the superintendent for the Washoe County School District. Also, we will have Director Fiden, who is also joined this afternoon by Deputy Hartz, who oversees our fiscal, deputies Dr. Moore, and also Dr. Felicia Gonzalez. With this opportunity to address the full assembly at once, before I dig into the proposed budget reductions, I want to provide some context about this moment in time and what it means in Nevada. At the beginning of the Nevada Department of Education's experience with COVID-19, we had the Department of Health and Human Services reach out to us to have a collaborative guidance go out to school administrators and nurses regarding hygiene, cleaning, and responding to local cases. At the time, it seemed impossible that we'd be ending up in a large-scale closure of school buildings, just like others across the globe. The first guidance regarding COVID-19 was distributed to school districts and schools on February 13th. 1 month later, on March 15th, I met with the governor as well as school districts to discuss the option of closing statewide the school buildings for instruction. The health and safety of students, staff, and communities was and remains our top priority. The Department of Education immediately put into place a flexible approach to districts to offer what we called emergency programs of distance education. The guidelines were based partially on existing regulations around distance education in Nevada, which we were fortunate to already have in place. And of course, we were sensitive to what was feasible given the urgency of the situation. We also worked with the governor and the U.S. Department of Education to secure waivers on assessments and accountability, and to ensure that high school seniors were able to earn their diplomas without unnecessary burdens. We heard from district and school leaders, school board members, parents, and others who said there was no way to ensure equity and distance education for all learners, so we shouldn't even bother trying. That, of course, was not an option for our students, families, who were also relying upon us for opportunities to continue learning. Once it was announced that the students in Nevada would not be returning to school buildings for the 1920 school year, we knew we had to double down on our efforts to strengthen our delivery of distance education and promote equitable access for all our learners. We'd already expanded the definition of distance education to include paper correspondence through a governor's emergency directive so that students without access to the internet or devices would still have a way to learn. We knew distance learning would require additional support for our educators and for our students and families. Some initiatives we have launched in response to COVID-19 include our Digital Learning Collaborative. This website, which rapidly makes high-quality teaching and learning resources for professional development, is also available to the public and our educators. The site provides support and resources for students and family on how to approach virtual learning. The Digital Learning Collaborative also gave way to the creation of our digital engineers. These educators are talented in implementing distance learning. The initial cohort represents 6 counties, the SPCSA, and private schools. Among their responsibilities are creating and providing resources and professional development to support the delivery of distance learning. In addition, we partnered with the Nevada State Library Archives and Public Records. We also partnered with all of the local libraries and Renaissance to support reading for all students by providing access to MyOn digital literacy resources for grades pre-K to 12. And this was at no cost to our students and families. Through MyOn, students can access a library of thousands of digital books and age-appropriate news articles based on their reading level and preferences. We've also been working alongside Director Brian Mitchell of the Governor's Office of Science, Innovation, and Technology to strategize and overcome the blockages of supports for continuing to expand the access to the internet and devices across the state. In the midst of this very challenging time for our students and families and educators, our state is facing this economic hardship, which is what brings us all here to the special session. The task before all of us as leaders is to make the best of an extremely difficult situation. Once it was clear that the budget reductions would be necessary, I worked in close partnership with all 17 school district superintendents and the State Public Charter School Authority to identify and prioritize recommendations. Our methodology was as follows. We focused on limiting impact and promoting equity to whatever extent possible. We began by identifying and reverting unspent funding from fiscal year 2020. Recognizing the significant work to provide continuity of education, and we wanted to preserve the department's capacity at the same time. We preserved existing positions by holding vacant positions open. When possible, we shifted positions to other funding sources to reduce the impact on the state budget. And we cut travel budgets, which hinders our already strained capacity to provide necessary on-site supports to students and educators. Given how the pandemic has highlighted how quickly circumstances can change from day to day, we wanted to maximize flexibility. Based on feedback from district leaders, we protected the basic support guarantee of distributed school account payments. We focused on grant-funded programs, and this was strategic. If we had to cut the DSA and maintain grant funding, limits on how grant funds can be used would be an obstacle. By reducing funding for certain grants and maintaining the DSA, districts and schools will have the flexibility to backfill grant-funded programs that were most effective for their students and educators. In addition, because the federal funding under the CARES Act does not have, does not have a supplement, not supplant requirement, districts have flexibility to use CARES dollars to support current and future needs. We recommended reductions to new grant funds that were appropriated in the 2019 legislative session. This way, the base funding amount from previous years would be maintained. Additionally, reductions were proposed on an as-needed basis based on feedback from district leaders. I now respectfully request that you refer to the handout we prepared detailing the proposed reductions for fiscal year 2021. Before I jump in, I do want to say on behalf of the department and our colleagues across the state, there were no easy decisions to be made with regard to the proposed reductions in funding. We have tried to make the best out of the hand we have been dealt. Reductions to certain programs or aspects of our work does not mean that we are any less committed to the intent of the program. It just means we will need to find alternative approaches to supporting students and educators. I will highlight some of the key decision points as summarized on this spreadsheet before you. While district superintendents shared their priority to protect the DSA funds, they did identify FY20, and then you see a proposed reduction of $6 million in that last column. Much of the governor's difficult recommendation of furloughs of 12 days for each of our employees and suspension of pay raises rather than layoffs, we proposed reducing teacher incentive funding. This allows districts and schools to focus on retaining and supporting all educators equitably rather than providing additional incentive funding to certain groups of educators. We have recommended a reduction of over $31 million in Read by Grade 3 funding that would have supported literacy specialists. Given the critical nature of Nevada's educator shortage, districts recommended that we eliminate the literacy specialist positions so those highly qualified licensed educators could lead classrooms where they are sorely needed to fill vacancies. The department will continue to provide support and will maintain its partnership with NWEA, the Northwest Evaluation Association, to support all elementary educators across the state in early literacy instruction. Approximately $2.7 million for school resource officers and social workers were identified for savings. These funds supported positions that districts were unable to find qualified individuals to fill. They do not represent layoffs. We have also proposed a reduction of $6 million to pre-K aid, which we intend to backfill with a portion of federal monies through the Governor's Education Emergency Relief Fund. We all recognize the critical nature of early education, and state-funded pre-K serves students from families with incomes below 200% of the federal poverty guidelines. Currently, Nevada Ready Pre-K serves approximately 11% of those students that would be eligible statewide. Backfilling pre-K funding will maintain access to early learning services for our neediest students and families. In support of promoting equity for diverse learners, we recommended maintaining funding for Zoom and Victory grants, gifted and talented education, and special education services for our differently abled students. However, in order to meet targets, we were forced to recommend recommendations of $70 million in new Nevada education funding, often referred to as SB 178. In the midst of these difficult decisions and tough conversations, the department has been listening to the needs of families, students, and educators across the state. In consultation with the State Board of Education, we identified 7 key priorities for our COVID-19 response. These priorities lay the foundation of our next steps: safe, efficient, and equitable reopening of school buildings, support of parents, families, and communities, social and emotional support for our students and educators, access to high-quality professional development and high-quality instructional materials, as well as technological capacity for educators, students, and families, and adult education and workforce development opportunities. These priorities will also guide us when we're awarding any competitive funds in the short term. Under the CARES Act, Nevada received over $117 million in the Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Fund, or ESSER. ESSER funding provides school districts and charter schools with emergency relief funds to address the impact of COVID-19. Federal guidance requires that we allocate 90% of those funds directly to the school districts and charter schools according to their fiscal year 2019 Title I methodology, which amounts to approximately $105 million. Eureka County School District is the only school district that is not receiving these funds based on an allocation because they currently do not receive federal funds under the Title I Part A. NDE recently released the request for applications for 10% of the ESSER funding allocated for statewide activities. which is approximately $11 million. This is a funding opportunity for eligible entities to apply for funds for high-quality professional development, high-quality instructional materials, and wraparound services to support our students, families, and communities in the wake of COVID-19. All of these funds must be expended by September 30th, 2022. Districts and charter schools have significant flexibility in the use of ESSER funds, including educational technology and connectivity, summer learning activities and after-school programs, addressing the needs of diverse learners, social emotional learning and supports, and professional learning for educators. Also, under the CARES Act, Governor Sisolak and the state of Nevada received more than $26 million in the governor's Emergency Education Relief Fund, or GEAR Fund. GEAR funds are available to support educational institutions with emergency assistance in response to COVID-19. Under the governor's leadership, the department anticipates allocating $9.4 million to support school districts and charter schools with purchasing devices and connectivity, $4.6 million in support for Nevada Ready Pre-K, $4.6 million in support in the implementation of a statewide learning management system, $2.2 million in support of the implementation of high-quality digital content across the state, and $5 million to support the Nevada Educator Corps. We will continue to work closely with the governor's office and district and school leaders to assess and respond to emerging needs. Before I turn it over to my colleagues, I want to address the future of our public education system more generally. A lot of people are referring to how COVID-19 has created a new normal. What we need to recognize is that this is not normal. It is not normal that we can't hug our grandparents. It is not normal that I'm speaking with all of you remotely rather than being in chamber where I can see your faces and your body language. And it is not normal that public education, which is supposed to be the great equalizer, is now contributing to greater gaps between students because of a problem that in many ways is outside of our control, including the digital divide. We need to get comfortable with this discomfort because we don't know when it will end. What I've been asking my team at the Nevada Department of Education to do is focus on what's suddenly possible and absolutely necessary at this moment to promote equity for every single child. So what's suddenly possible? We've created an urgency for telecommunication providers to expand affordable access to families in need. That's just one example of business partners who are more motivated than ever to contribute to the future of education. We can find areas of opportunity to create flexibility in our policies and change how we think about accountability. For example, I've been a long proponent of competency-based education. We need to take advantage of this moment to implement new approaches to teaching and learning that will better prepare children for long-term success. What is absolutely necessary? We need to provide our educators with professional learning experiences that can be immediately applied to their practice. They need just-in-time learning so they can adapt alongside their students. We need to engage our families consistently and in new ways. We can't just inform them. We need to involve them. Parents are not a replacement for educators, but last spring they were our eyes and ears. If we expect parents to communicate with us, we need to invite them into our work early and often. Amidst this public health crisis, which created our current economic crisis, we are also having a national conversation about race and equity. As educators, it is our job to turn this into a teachable moment for our students and to lead. We need to fight for equity, celebrate our diversity, and lead with love. Focusing on equity means that we don't refer to achievement gaps. We talk about opportunity gaps. Opportunity gaps refer to the ways in which race, ethnicity, socioeconomic status, English proficiency, or other factors contribute to lower educational aspirations, achievement, and attainment for certain students. In today's circumstance, we are not talking about a loss of learning for students during school building closures, but a need for additional support. Our students haven't lost anything. They were not given the opportunity to learn and use the tools for learning. We recognize and must address that not every student has the same access to at-home support or means, like reliable sources of food and stable housing. In distance education, that includes a lack of internet access or devices that can be used for learning. Some of this is about language, and language matters. Children and their families are listening, and we need to lead in a way and to be mindful about how we tell the story of this moment and the opportunity it provides. The story of our response to COVID-19 could easily be about what we sacrificed and what went wrong. And I don't want to minimize the tragic losses that many families have faced. At the same time, this is a turning point in education. The time is to focus on what is suddenly possible for the future. If we don't stand up in this moment of uncertainty and light the way with innovative changes that expand equity and inclusivity, then we're selling ourselves and our students short. Thank you, Speaker and members of the Assembly. With the Speaker's permission, I would like to now turn the time over to our district leaders to share their comments, starting with Dr. Summer Stevens, who's the Superintendent of Churchill County School District.
If I may, thank you, Madam Superintendent. If I may, I don't know, Assemblywoman Neal, I know you have a question, and I don't know if it pertains specifically to CCSD, to NDE as a whole. If you want to ask now, if you want to wait until the other district leaders present, I have no preference, whatever your desire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So it was actually in reference to NDE's budget overview before we get into district-specific information. So could I ask her a couple of questions? Because I feel like...
Sure.
Yeah. So thank you, Chairman, Speaker Ryerson. So
I've been called worse.
So, Ms. Director Ebert, I had a question because, we received a handout and you kind of did a philosophical overview. And so I had a couple of questions. So number one, I'm grateful that you spoke about alternatives and where we're going, and you spoke a lot about the new way of the future. But in terms of professional development, which you mentioned, what is the alternative what is that looking like in terms of the alternative method for professional development for teachers, and I guess the kind of funding strategy around that going forward? And then my second question is coming from your handout. It was on the state contracts for the assessments. And in this alternative future that we're walking into, what have you guys strategized around the testing or academic measurement of our students going forward in a digital learning environment? And I'm sticking to some of the high level philosophical things that you were speaking about to try to stay in line with your philosophy or where we thought you were going, rather than getting into detail of money.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Neal. For the record, Superintendent Ebert. So first, starting with supports to our educators, and that's classroom teachers, it is our administrators, it is our counselors, the whole educational system. There's a few things that we've done. Number one, in one of the governor's directives, he aligned the regional professional development program with the Department of Education. And we have had great collaboration since my return home to Nevada, but it was strengthened even more to make sure that we were tight and that we were not being replicating services so that they were unique and we could actually capitalize on all of our great successes. So as you are aware, we have the 3 programs around the state. They are now aligned, and we are very much in sync in providing professional development to the districts. We also heard very loud and clear that we needed to have a common learning management system across the state so that we could provide professional development at a distance. We've done a lot of professional development face-to-face in the past, and so as we make this shift, we needed a tool that was consistent across the entire state. We're very fortunate that NSHE, the Nevada System of Higher Education, was already using Canvas as a tool, as well as the Clark County School District being the 5th largest. And so we're proposing that continue to move forward through its process for acquisition, so that it doesn't matter if you are in high school or if you're a teacher, that we're all using the same consistent tool to learn from, and with a single log-on instead of a bunch of different log-ons to other tools. We've also, under guidance, about 4 weeks ago, issued to the school districts the opportunity to convert up to 5 additional professional development days. We know professional development is a costly endeavor, and we want to make sure that our educators are compensated during that time. So school districts, boards of education, as well as the superintendents, have the opportunity to make the determination if they would like to use an additional 5 days. Right now in statute, they are allowed 5 days. And so in the guidance, I authorize an additional up to 5 days for a total of 10 professional development days, given the huge shift and lift that they will need. Also, I will close this out in the professional development. We have been providing a lot of ad hoc support, whether it's Zoom meetings, and teachers have been supporting each other, as well as working with professional organizations locally. We have organizations that have been providing professional development for educators as well as families. A lot of those have been at no charge, giving the resources that they need. I will pause there if there are questions in regard to professional development before I move on to your next question.
I didn't have any additional questions on professional development. I just wanted to understand, get a somewhat of a framework of the alternative movement and forward. You can move to the contracting for the assessments, because I know that budget is cut on page 9 of 13, but I wanted to know what is the alternative for the student assessment.
Thank you, Assemblywoman. On page 9, we have specifically outlined the end of course exams. Those exams were developed just a few short years ago with the shift from moving from proficiency exams in the courses to what was required under ESSA to college and career assessment, which in our state is the ACT. And we, as a state, made the determination to keep the end of course exams. What we have the authority, because this is a state assessment, so that was one of the determinations there. I would also add that one of the organizations that I belong to as a chief is the Council of Chief State School Officers, working with them in what this next school year would look like, as well as the federal government. I did have the opportunity recently to speak with Secretary DeVos once again, the need, looking at the pandemic, how we can, if there is going to be the opportunity, like there was in the spring, to waive assessments temporarily, that we need to know as soon as possible, so those dollars could be used in another manner within our school buildings.
Thank you, Chair. I won't ask anything else because she's breaking up. So.
Yes, Ms. Ebert, if I can point out, I think we got a choppy reception at one point, but you came back to us. If I might ask you, I don't want to interrupt the flow because there's starting to be some follow-up questions, and so if you had a whole picture you'd like to present with your other district leaders before we follow up, I wanted to make sure to allow that to happen, assuming you would still be around at the end for department-specific questions.
Yes, Ms. Mr. Speaker, we will be here the whole entire time. And I believe that having the school leader present may also pose some of the questions that are being asked.
Okay. Well, if you can then go ahead and introduce the folks that you brought along in order, and they can proceed with their presentation, and then we will follow up with members afterwards.
Great, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We will first have Dr. Summer Stevens, followed by Dr. Jesus Jara, followed by our newest superintendent, Dr. McNeil, and then the director of the Charter School Authority.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to make sure first that you could all hear me.
Very, very clearly. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Again, good afternoon, Mr. Speaker and Assembly. For the record, I'm Dr. Summer Stevens, the Superintendent of Churchill County School District, and I'm also the current Vice President of the Nevada Association of School Superintendents. That particular association is comprised of all 17 school districts, and we meet on a monthly basis normally. However, the meetings have, over the course of the last few months, been weekly, sometimes 2 to 3 times a week, weekends, etc. The meetings are also attended by the State Charter School Authority with Rebecca Fiden, who's going to be on today as well. Since the time that we've been getting together, we have worked collectively to address issues ranging back all the way to the beginning of March when things started to really get intense, as well as always doing so. I really heard the public comments earlier, and I think we all agree that we want what's best for kids, and we want to get them back in the classrooms with the finances that it takes to do that. The plan that our Superintendent Ebert presented is a plan that the entire group of superintendents and the State Charter School Authority developed collaboratively, as Superintendent Ebert alluded to, along with the Department of Ed and her staff. This work, which occurred as part of the ongoing collaborative during the closure, was taken extremely seriously by districts. There was not one light heart in the group during all of our conversations, for sure. The collective group, on more than one occasion, has confirmed their support of the plan that was presented. At this time, we believe it is the best plan for reductions under these very horrible circumstances. The decisions made through the process included work with the group as a whole and NDE to review what could be considered, as well as districts going back and talking to their staff regarding concerns, insight related to the proposed cuts and the impacts that would have on each of us individually. The same process was used earlier in the spring when we were making those recommended reversions that Superintendent Ebert talked about. But we worked as a team to find the funds to bridge the possible gap before, and we've done that again. In addition, the district leaders in the state have had to make very difficult choices. Many of you in the Assembly have worked tirelessly to bring programs to life, and now you may see them in the cuts that are being proposed. They are valuable programs that have helped Nevada students. In the time of severe financial constraints, the superintendents and the Charter School Authority have had to be extremely strategic in the reductions and ensure that we have the funds available to do what we need to do for the 2021 school year to ensure that we're providing the best we can for every single child in Nevada. We look forward to the future to find ways to once again build up the many, many opportunities that our children had with these programs. And we see, as our NAS group, these cuts as temporary and want to reinstate the opportunities as the budget allows. For the district leaders and boards of trustees, flexibility is key. We must be agile and able to pivot very quickly. Keeping the distributive school account, the DSA, whole allows for us as needs in every district vary. As a result, keeping the per pupil funding whole and allowing for that local control of how the DSA is spent is important to our school boards, our parents, our staff, and our students. This ensures that our locally elected boards of trustees have a key voice in the schools in each of our communities. We understand that the K-12 budget is a significant portion of the state's entire budget, and we ask that you consider keeping K-12 education as close to whole as possible. Although children are only 24% of the population, they're absolutely 100% of the future, and we cannot afford to provide any child with anything substandard in their education. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I will turn it next to, I think it's Dr. Jara, and we'll stand ready at the end to take additional questions. Thank you for ensuring that we're focusing on our children's first.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the Nevada Assembly. For the record, my name is Jesus Jara, Superintendent of Clark County School District. I'm here representing 320,000 students and 42,000 employees. As noted, we are the 5th largest district in the country and the 4th largest rural district in the state of Nevada. Again, I want to start by thanking the state superintendent and my fellow superintendents across the state for working through these budget difficulties as a cohesive group. As you know, the state is in one of the worst economic situations in the state's history. While I wish this was a time for us to meet and discuss how we could provide more resources for our students, I do understand the economic realities. That being said, I believe any cuts will negatively impact our children. However, this overall plan presented to you this afternoon is the least damaging option given that the required cuts that have to be made throughout the state. I think that we can all agree that we really wish these cuts were not necessary, as funding for education is already so challenging. But I want to be honest, no one in CCSD wants to cut education funding. But I do appreciate that there has been no cuts to the distributed schools account. Because as you all know, CCSD has been disproportionately underfunded over the past few decades, and keeping the DSA fully funded during these challenging times will help districts, as you heard from my colleague, throughout the state, manage the cuts with more flexibility at options to best address the individual needs of the students within each district. As we look at our data, our children have been under-resourced for decades. Our educators have been struggling to provide quality education for all. I'd like to address SB 178 cuts specifically, which are going to be extremely challenging for our school district, especially given the significance of the funding amount. This funding is provided to support our most vulnerable students across the district. However, the budget plan presented to you this afternoon provides us flexibility to potentially support programs like this through our general operating budget. We originally intended to use our tools required to open schools safely for our children and our educators. Another significant cut for CCSD is read by grade 3. In the 2021 school year budget, we have approximately had budgeted 160 positions in schools, helping ensure that students are reading proficiently by 3rd grade. Although we will not have the funding to continue this great program, we will work to ensure that as many literacy specialists are placed in classrooms as licensed educators. As we move forward in these difficult times, we will continue to look at how we can best support many of these programs discussed today, given limited resources that they have proven to be beneficial for our children. If additional revenues are realized once the special session ends, any additional infusion of dollars to K-12 education would go a long way to help make up these gaps.
My name is Dr. Kristen McNeil, and I'm the superintendent of the Washoe County School District, serving over 64,000 students and their families alongside our 8,000 staff members. I'd like to thank the governor and our superintendent, Ebert, for partnering with us through this entire process during this pandemic to find ways to keep our students and staff safe and to ensure students are getting the access to all of our learning materials. I'm new to this position, and I had hoped to address the legislature in extremely different circumstances. These are difficult times, and I take no pleasure in supporting the proposal in front of you today. But I believe that along with my fellow superintendents, this is the best way to address a terrible situation. I want to thank our governor for proposing a plan that does not impact the distributive school account. This will make it possible to protect any job losses and keep our dedicated staff working with our students. I would like to address some insight around the proposed cut to class size reduction. As a former teacher and a principal myself, I can tell you that without a doubt that class size matters. However, being able to provide individualized instruction and support to students is impossible with too many students in the classroom. However, I do believe our primary grades will be able to more easily absorb this reduction because their class sizes are less than 20 to begin with. In the Washoe County School District, we hope to use our ESSER funds to provide the necessary additional academic supports to our students, whether it is through additional access to technology, PPE for students and our staff, or individualized academic supports that make sense in a COVID world. We need flexibility to support our students in a setting that makes sense based on the pandemic, whether that is in a physical setting with proper safety measures in place or remotely. Our Board of Trustees, our leadership team, and our entire reopening task force, our principals and our teachers, our parents, have been working around the clock to find ways to continue meeting the needs of our students. In fact, our Board of Trustees met late into the evening yesterday, considering reopening options and getting public feedback. They had to make very difficult decisions about how to open schools in August, while adhering to guidelines around social distancing, face coverings, and supplies to keep our schools clean. All of these modifications have costs associated with them and will require resources and flexibility to our system in order to comply. I wish there was a time when we could invest more resources for our students, but the reality is that is not currently an option. We appreciate that the governor's fiscal plan prioritizes restoration of funding for K-12 education if additional revenues or federal assistance is made available. But to be able to use that money, we would hope to receive word that that would happen before the second semester. Ultimately, we hope that when the financial resources are available, we can make up for these temporary reductions and ensure this generation of students graduates from our high schools prepared with tools to succeed as an engaged and productive Nevadan. I will now turn it over to my colleague, Rebecca Fiden from the State Charter Authority, and I stand ready to take any questions when the time is right. Thank you for putting our students first.
Good afternoon. My name is Rebecca Fiden. I serve as the Executive Director of Nevada's State Public Charter School Authority. First, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all today. I want to echo the sentiments of my colleagues and share my thanks to all the district superintendents, as well as the Department of Education, for their work in this challenging time. Nevada State Public Charter School Authority is committed to supporting our schools and the students and families they serve through this unprecedented challenge that COVID-19 has brought to our state and our nation. This has required rapid and significant change in our agency's daily activities, including frequent calls with all of our school leaders to convey critical information and answer pressing questions, as well as regular one-on-one check-ins with all 60 of our school leaders to understand their challenges and needs. Through this work, we are confident our schools have upheld the requirements set forth by the Department of Education through this unusual educational time, as well as upheld their commitment to and their promises to their families and students. Today, as you review the potential cuts to K-12 funding, I want to provide some brief context regarding the potential impacts to our state's charter schools. As you know, charter schools are funded through the same formula as our school districts. They receive per pupil allocations based on the county in which their students reside. And for that reason, many of the impacts of budget cuts on our charter schools are similar to their district counterparts. However, each charter school is unique, and from one charter school to the next, schools can vary greatly in terms of programming, population, geography, and ultimately their budgets. As a result, the specific impacts of these potential budget cuts will also vary from school to school. Then I'll provide a brief summary. First, I believe it's important to know that our State Public Charter School Authority sponsored schools have prepared multiple budget scenarios for the 2020-2021 school year in anticipation of potential budget cuts. Since April, we have repeatedly conveyed to our schools to be prepared for decreases in revenue. And while board-approved budgets were due to the Nevada Department of Education on June 8th, we asked all schools to have alternative budget scenarios prepared. We know schools have worked hard to incorporate their families and communities in planning, and we also know they worked hard to ensure that they can maintain level funding for their staff, even if there are substantial budget cuts. Second, the lack of concrete information thus far about budget cuts has made planning for the upcoming school year challenging. Many schools have deferred critical decisions until more information is available. For example, we have 3 schools that have state-funded pre-K programs serving approximately 160 students. The pre-K grant is very specific and funds the entirety of those programs. So schools are eager for information in order to determine how to proceed and how they can continue to serve their students. Third, our school leaders have expressed particular concerns about cuts to categorical funding dedicated to serving student populations that have been historically underserved, such as our Zoom and Victory programs. We know that serving these children and closing historical opportunity gaps requires more resources. And so cuts to these programs could severely hinder those efforts. And finally, school leaders believe that protecting the distributive school account should be a priority, as has been stated by the other district superintendents. I will add the caveat that schools with high populations of English learners and high populations of students qualifying for free and reduced price lunch express hesitation about preserving the DSA if programs like Zoom and Victory were to be cut. In particular, they emphasize that budget cuts should not disproportionately impact our students that are in need of the most support and resources. The efforts by the Department of Education and the district superintendents in order to maintain the DSA and protect these crucial programs are ultimately in line with what we understand to be the priorities of charter schools as they work to meet the needs of their students. These proposed cuts will not be easy for our schools or their communities. Many schools rely on programs like Read by Grade 3 and the new Nevada Education Funding, and will be faced with difficult questions about how to continue meaningful services for students. But we also understand the difficult position that our state is in. Due to the efforts of our schools to prepare for these multiple budget scenarios, we do expect that by and large, our schools will be able to absorb these cuts without substantial reductions to programming. Though we also are weary that further cuts may bring additional challenges. Again, each of our schools is unique, and so there is some variation in how these cuts will impact their programming and students, but ultimately the cuts put forth today are in line with the overall priorities that we have heard from our schools. Thank you, and along with my colleagues, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
All right. I'm going to go back to the queue and let everybody who lit up before and light up. So I'm going to start out with what I knew was in the queue before, and that was Assemblywoman Carlton and then Assemblyman Roberts, and then we'll go through the list.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I've got a number of questions. I'll just ask one. And if the other members of the body don't cover the others, why, I'll play cleanup hitter for you at the very end, if that works for you. So I think what I'd like to address, let me find, I've got this all marked up here, is the the Teach Nevada Scholarship Program. The department is proposing to eliminate the legislatively approved funding of $1.8 million for the scholarship awarded to the applicants in '21. It's my understanding that the State Board of Education at its April 30th meeting approved awarding 97 scholarships totaling $1.9 million, and will award additional scholarships to deplete the final balance in 2021, pending the department's final budget reconciliation on this. It appears this proposal would require those awards to be rescinded. If you could clarify this, it seems to be contradictory.
Thank you, Assemblywoman. Thank you, Assemblywoman. Deputy Gonzalez, can you jump in while we fix this technology?
Thank you for the question. This is Felicia Gonzalez, Deputy Superintendent, Nevada Department of Education. The answer is yes, that this will result in what was proposed and was voted on by the state board to be rescinded in order to reduce this amount.
So I had a hard time understanding you, and I want to make sure that I understand. So the awards that have been given out, those recipients will be receiving a retraction of those awards.
That is correct.
Okay. All right. And I guess I'd like to understand the thought process behind having money that's already allocated and accounted for and promised, and then putting that on the list to be rescinded when we go through some of these. And I won't go into other items, but there are other places where certain budgets have not been touched. So I think I'd really like to understand the thought process behind this one.
It is necessary to the teacher pipeline. This was one of the items that was identified in collaboration with all the district superintendents.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, I'll wait on my other questions, but I believe some of my other colleagues will ask questions about other accounts that have not been touched that will elaborate on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Assemblyman Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this question is for Superintendent Ebert. Specifically, she opened her presentation.
Superintendent Ebert, for the record, thank you. My apologies. Thank you. The budget reductions, the $183 million, that was identified by the governor's finance office as the dollars that we were expected to hit those targets. I would like to also include my response to Assemblywoman Carlton's question as we were fixing the technology. As noted by Susan Brown earlier, immediately when all the closures and everything happened in mid-March, we were all notified to start looking at areas where reversions could be made. Those dollars for the scholarships were conditionally awarded by the State Board of Education. And so a lot of those dollars throughout this whole matrix that you see, because of the timing early on when we were notified, we still moved ahead in some processes, but all of them were conditional based on what would happen with the economy as we move forward over time.
Mr. Chair, just a quick follow-up, just to clarify with Superintendent Ebert. So the target, was that a percentage equal to other cuts in other branches of the executive branch, or was that just a number that they? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I apologize if there was another question after the Assemblyman's question. We are.
Thank you, Superintendent. I believe there was a follow-up question. Assemblyman, if you want to repeat your question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate your indulgence. So you had said that came from the governor's office. Was that a percentage that they asked you to cut, or was that just the dollar amount that they gave you? That's pretty much what I asked.
All departments were directed to scale, looking at first a 6%, a 4%, and 6%, an additional 4%, and then an additional 4%. So 6, 10, and 14, which we provided to the governor's office, governor's finance office.
Thank you. Assemblywoman Torres.
Thank you. Thank you. With the budget cuts that'll impact student achievement, like Read by Grade 3, how does NDE envision impacts to the Every Student Succeeds Act student achievement goals?
So thank you, Assemblywoman. As we all move forward, we'll have our goals set forward. We will be working with all of the school districts in the implementation of Read by Grade 3. Those teachers, thank goodness, will still be in the classrooms now with students. And so the professional development that was spoken to earlier, capitalizing on those opportunities is going to be critical at this point in time. But our goals have not shifted. How we're going to meet those goals definitely will shift.
Thank you. We will now go to Assemblywoman Miller.
Thank you, Chair. And my question is for you as well, Superintendent Ebert. Also following up on Read by 3. Actually, Chair, I have a few questions, if I may.
Sure. Please proceed.
Thank you. So the first question pertaining to Read by 3 is when it comes to, you mentioned before in your presentation the option to still continue to pay NWEA, I'm sorry, I'm going to remove this, to still pay NWEA as opposed to the actual literacy specialists who are delivering the actual interventions and services for students. So could you first explain how that decision came and how much money will that contract for NWEA be? So if you could just say, and also with that, if you could explain if eliminating those positions, is that the decision, the recommendation of the department, or is that an anticipation of what the districts will do once, if that money is reduced?
Thank you, Assemblywoman, for the question. For the record, Superintendent Ebert. The first question in regard to NWEA, those support services are actually part of our assessment contract, which is not part of these dollars. So those are separate dollars that are part of the assessment group. So those services will still provided. The school districts themselves those dollars will no longer be allocated, upon approval, if the school districts are ready to work with their principals and their staffing, their HR departments to move those teachers appropriately. And I would defer to the specifics for each school district to the district leaders.
Superintendent, I'm still not clear if you could clarify for me. So you're saying that the services will still be provided through NWEA that the teachers were providing, but it sounds to me like NWEA will be the testing mechanism. I'm just not sure who and how will the actual services and interventions be provided. Is that going to be expected of the classroom teacher to fill in the additional services that the literacy specialist was providing?
Thank you, Assemblywoman Miller. So we have a contract with NWEA, which does the assessments at this point in time for the program. Those dollars are separate of the dollars that we're speaking about today. They are in our assessment. When we negotiated the contract for the assessment, we also wanted to make sure that support was provided as we move. So they were in conjunction with the literacy specialist. So they are two separate components, but again, we want to leverage that work and provide resources. They have this last school year provided a number of opportunities, initially face-to-face for educators, but now moving to a distance format.
Okay, so it still sounds like we're paying the testing company, and I understand that it's separate. How much money is that contract compared to the actual live teachers?
Superintendent Ebert, for the record, it is $1.7 million.
Okay, thank you. And my next question, and I will be brief as well, is considering what just happened this last quarter, our students missed a quarter of education as well as most places around the country. I know that as you were going through trying to determine areas to be reduced, as you were asked to do, if any thought was given to the time as well as the money that the department spends on such oversight actions such as the NEPF or the STAR ratings. And I'm also, so if you had an answer of how much time and money the department spends on that, because again, that would be time and money that could be spent elsewhere, and if that is maybe what was meant on page 10 by external evaluations.
So Superintendent Ebert, for the record, I'll answer that the last question first, and the answer to that is no. The components, and I think that's part of the presentation when we're looking at the work that we're doing. So for instance, we did I asked for a waiver on behalf of the state for the spring assessments. The assessment team itself actually moved quickly. They were not administering assessments, but we moved them quickly into the learning management system tracks because they also do the work with Infinite Campus. So they were not for a lack of work. We actually shifted their work into the new environment that we're doing. So I wouldn't say there is a cost savings. There is a shift in the work that we're doing because of the pandemic. What you do see in the document is that the spring assessment, and I apologize, I'm going to turn to Deputy Hartz because she may have that number off the top of her head. We did go back to our SBAC assessments, which is grades 3 through 8, and asked for a stoppage of that contract since we did not move forward. And in that dollar amount we have on page 9, yes, okay.
Heidi Hartz for the record. Due to the waiver that we received for those assessments at the end of the last school year, we were able to generate a savings of $909 a contract.
Superintendent, are you still with us?
We are.
Okay, thank you.
I believe Deputy Hart's answered the last. Thank you. Speaker, I believe I can see, it appears that Assemblywoman Miller, but it's not coming through. I apologize.
Superintendent,
Unfortunately, the wiring in this building is not solid.
Superintendent, if you can hear me, are you back? The signal seems to have gone in and out, but we just heard you. Can you hear us now?
I can, thank you.
Okay, then I think we're back. Can you repeat your question, Assemblywoman? The last one?
Sure. The question was if the department gave, if you have the data already, or gave any thoughts to how much time and money was spent on such measures as the NEPF or star ratings, when there, as opposed to where that time could be spent on things more directly impacting students in the classroom.
Superintendent Eber, for the record, I have not had the opportunity to do that analysis of the specific time spent on those ratings. This last year, they were waived as part of the waiver that we requested to the state, excuse me, to the U.S. Department of Education. And those star ratings will remain the same this year. Again, I would like to emphasize the staff here is not sitting idle in any way, shape, or form. They are moving forward and building out the new work that needs to transpire across our state.
And Superintendent, just for the record, I did not at all mean to imply that our Department of Education staff were sitting idle. I was just wondering if there was just other ways with these reductions or proposed reductions that their time could be utilized differently. But Chair, thank you. That will be the end of my questions for now.
Thank you. I'll go to Assemblyman Ellison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got three little questions, if I could. Back on page 7 on the 2021 operating budget, if you look at this, it's under 277, teacher school supplies assistant account for $4.5 million. When I look at that, you know, this is money that usually the teachers come out of their own pocket trying to buy supplies for some of the students. Is that really something that we need to lose? I mean, you even go into the stores and there's buckets out there saying, please buy extra products and put in for the kids, papers, pencils, whatever. And our grandchildren would even take what we bought them and they'd put them in them buckets to help. So could you answer that one? That's my first question.
Thank you, Assemblyman. All of these decisions are extremely difficult, and yes, these are this all is very difficult to look at and take into consideration. So none of these were taken, and as noted earlier, it was with consultation of all 17 school district superintendents as well as the Public Charter School Authority.
Okay, thank you. The other one that is same page, it is the school safety program. You're talking $5 million out of that program also. And, you know, I know a lot of the new schools are more equipped for safety, but that's a big hit out of that program. Could you answer that? And is that something else that we want to look at, maybe alter, changing or something? Because that's a pretty serious program.
Thank you. Yes, the legislature, Superintendent Ebert, for the record, the legislature, you and your colleagues, as well as the governor signing off on those allocations were very important. The state spent 2 years doing research around school safety and all of the components to support moving our schools forward. In this instance, those are actually positions that went unfilled this last school year. So again, superintendent, since those positions were vacant and they could not fill them, those are recommended for reversion.
Okay, thank you. And I know that there's other states that are training their teachers to carry concealed. I know that's going all over the country right now, so I don't know if that's something the state might want to look at. But I thank you, and I hope that somebody can get back with the question on the school supplies. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to Assemblyman Watts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This question is for Superintendent Ebert, as well as any of the other district leaders that want to respond. I appreciate that in your remarks, you've spoken about the importance of equity in decision-making. And I believe Superintendent Jara said that he believes this is the least damaging plan possible. Of course, the bulk of the cuts that are made under this proposal are in the Read by 3 program, as well as the new Nevada funding plan, which are resources that specifically go to help our most struggling students and those that have been disadvantaged. So I was wondering if you could speak a little bit more to the equity analysis and consideration that went into these proposals, given that some other categories, I believe gifted and talented education was mentioned specifically earlier, are not targeted for reductions.
Thank you, Assemblyman. If you look at the number of children that served these programs, which was one of the components, you have in the Zoom program about 60,000 students that are currently served. In the Victory program, there's over 25,000. And in 178, it's about 8,000 that are served. And when you think about each and every phase, that is not one that we want. When you look at the number of students served between the Victory and Zoom program and the number of students served in the there's approximately more served program than in the one program. So yes, so these programs, when you look at equity, will remain whole program. The special education, which is inclusive, gifted and talented, are actually in that inclusive program. And those that may not be aware, gifted students actually drop out of school when they are not provided services as well. Some people tend to think that gifted and talented, bright kids, they don't have any problems, and actually some of them have just as many needs as our other children. And so again, this is difficult. And when you look at all the children that, again, you guys made historic progress during the last session, and we were given the number of $183 million. And so those cuts are difficult, and that's, again, in consultation with the superintendents. I know I'm saying that over and over again, but it was over months and hours, and a lot of conversation about our children and what will least impact, and equity being first and foremost. I would turn to my colleagues, either Dr. Jara, any of the four that would like to jump in. I know you specifically called out Superintendent Jara, so.
Thank you. Can you hear me, Madam Superintendent Ebert, Sheriff Farson, Assemblyman Chambers? Thank you for the question. Difficult decisions. As superintendents, we were given a list to work through for budget reductions. When you look at Zoom Victory, special ed, GATE, some of those other programs that we were trying to save to limit the impact. As I mentioned, we are confident that we'll be able to work with our talented principals and look at what we can do to minimize the impact. As far as read by grade 3, I understand some of the concerns there as well, but we also potentially look at the possibility of having those teachers, licensed specialists, to go into our vacant positions in our classrooms. Hopefully this is a short term, and we'll be able to bring some of these programs back when budget and funding is available. So very tough decisions that we made to really try to save the district. As I mentioned, the DSA was one of the critical states.
Thank you. Just a brief follow-up. Superintendent, you cut out a bit at the beginning of your response. I think you were talking about the number of students served by various programs, and I've been in communication with principals of schools in the district that I represent, which are many Zoom and Victory schools, and I want to make sure that while I'm making these comments that I express support for preserving those programs. And as a former gifted and talented student in the Clark County School District, I understand that there's a diverse student body that has many different needs that we're trying to address. I think, ultimately we're talking about shared sacrifice here. And again, when I look at, specifically the New Nevada Funding Plan, which was augmented during the last legislative session from approximately 35 million to 70 million and is now being zeroed out completely. I'm just wondering how that equity analysis plays in when we're essentially balancing most of our cuts to education under this proposal on the students that need the resources the absolute most, in my opinion. Zoom and Victory, I think most of all, glad those are protected. Looking outside of that, though, I would like some additional information on that analysis. And if you could provide some of those figures in a follow-up, since there's some connectivity issues, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, I will.
I will now go to Assemblywoman Tolles.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, superintendents, for this incredibly difficult task. I don't think there's any one of us here that does not feel a deep sense of loss looking at these projected cuts and concern over the impact that they're going to have. And I also share some of the questions. I think we've asked the questions well enough about some of these programs, particularly in regards to literacy and equity. The question I was going to ask in regards to that was if there was a conversation about across the board cuts versus elimination of whole programs, but I think that's sufficiently been covered. So let me, if I may, jump to two questions, please, Chair. So the first is, we heard quite a bit of testimony from the public at the beginning of today's hearing in regards to class size reduction and concerns over what are already large class sizes, and then that conflicting with the need for more social distancing. And Superintendent Ebert, I believe I heard you say that when it comes to the distributive school account class size reduction program, that the reason that the proposed cut of 6.1 million was considered was because it could be backfilled. And I just wondered if I misheard that, or if perhaps you could help clarify for our sake and for the public's sake if that is potentially going to be transferred some other way.
Heidi Hartz for the record. When the amount of funding that is placed in the distributive school account for class size reduction is determined at the start of each fiscal year, it is based on a per pupil allocation for all students in the state of Nevada. But then the funding awards go only to school districts. And so there is a savings incurred in each fiscal year that results from the fact that charter schools and the State Public Charter School Authority do not currently receive funding through the class size reduction program. So based on preliminary estimates, it seems reasonable that in fiscal year 2021, that we would achieve a savings of $6 million that's indicated in our spreadsheet.
Thank you. I'm really grateful for that clarification. I'm sure others are as well. And if I may just ask one other clarifying question, and that is on the instruction in financial literacy. I believe that there is a proposed cut of $750,000 for the preparation for that program. It's my understanding that that program is not yet in place, but is scheduled to be in place, I believe, in school year 21-22. So my understanding would be that $750,000 would be to prepare the teachers to implement that program in that school year. Are we proposing that by pulling that $750,000 out in preparation for the launch of that program, that we will also follow with not being able to start that program in school year 21-22?
Yes, for the record, $50,000 that is proposed reduction. Those would be additional considerations that will need to be taken into account as we move forward with this next school year to see how we can provide supports. And so I wouldn't give you, a definite yes or no at this point, but it's something that we need to monitor. And we may be coming back to the legislature during the session, the 21 session, to maybe alter some of the program as it currently exists.
Thank you.
Assemblywoman Neal.
Thank you, Chair Frierson. So I had a question to Superintendent Jara for CCSD. So Superintendent Jara, I had a question around the CARES dollars that you received out of the ESSER funds, which was the 99 million roughly. So I was trying to get an understanding on how you were going to be using the funds, because one of the caveats was the equitable reopening of the schools, and I did see the plan that was put out, but I'm still trying to understand exactly how much are you using in terms of the dollar amount that you received, and if you could give us a little bit more information on how it's being divided up in order to reopen the schools and CCSD, and more specifically, the access to high quality instructional materials that the 99 million would pay for within a new environment.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Neal. Superintendent Jara, for the record. Great question. One of the things that we presented to the Board of Trustees, and we will be bringing back tomorrow for discussion, is that 84 million that Clark County School District is projected to receive. Actually, the application for the department is going to be also on the board agenda tomorrow for discussion. So it's $84 million that's projected. So we have, and I'm going off memory here from the slide presentation, we have about $28 million for Chromebooks, about 96,000 Chromebooks that we have yet to be able to order. So that's going to be some cost for that. And we also have some increase some infrastructure or hotspots for our schools so they can be able to use the Wi-Fi connectivity as well. Part of the PPEs that we have to purchase are around $13 million for masks for our students. We also, I believe, have some dollar amount, I believe close to around $10 million for instructional materials for our students. The board directed my staff, and we will be presenting data tomorrow for the board, that looking at hotspots, because obviously if we do not give our students, if we give our students devices, but not, they don't have internet connectivity at home, that gets into the equity issue and the challenge that I have. So it's a little bit over $93 million, but that's $93 million. That is including cleaning supplies, that is including costs that we have. So it goes back to the challenge that we're facing, that we are not getting any CARE Act enough, at least for Clark County School District, to be able to provide all the resources to open schools. So we're hoping that the Congress approves the HEROES Act and moves forward, because we are in great need of some federal dollars to come down to Clark County School District to be able to open. So those are in the big picture, some of the dollars. And I, as I mentioned in my remarks, ideally, when we started this conversation with NDE as superintendents, my goal was to be able to use some of the CARE Act dollars to replenish the SB 178, but obviously with the cost of technology and everything else to open our schools for resources, we've had to reallocate the resources to be able to open up our schools safely.
Chairman Frierson, can I have a quick follow-up?
Follow-up.
Okay, thank you. So I had another question, because I want to know, I guess, and I think this would be helpful for folks in Clark County. In the reopening plan, you also listed, I guess it goes in phases, 50% of the students going in, but the number that I saw was about 14 students on each bus. So in terms of equity, right, and moving kids back and forth, how do you expect that to work in terms of, you know, because typically transportation, it costs, but how are we going to move all of these kids to the schools, and what can parents expect going forward? Because we're probably not going to have another conversation at this high level in regards to this reopening plan and the equity around transportation dollars that may be expended.
Dr. Jara, for the record, Assemblywoman Neal, great question. What we were able to look at, and we originally had 14 following, and again, we're following Nevada's path forward on phase 2 as some of the requirements under the guidance that we are receiving from the state. The 14, we were able to look at potentially bring it up to 28 students on a bus. That is a huge challenge, but if we're going to follow social distancing and some of the requirements, that's as many as we can put in a bus. So the cohort model that we're looking at, which A, B, or C, we have to, once we make that decision, our entire transportation department will start routing our students, and to see how we can work with our families to make sure that the model really is giving those parents those choices. But we won't have all that information until after the plan's approved, and then we're all able to then send out the survey for our parents to look and see what model or cohort they were able to work. You know, I tell you on the guidance that we're receiving, and I say it's not just the state, it's just the CDC guidelines as well. We can't put more than 28 students on a bus if they're going to be safe and practice social distancing.
Thank you, Chairman.
Mr. Superintendent, if I could follow up on that particular issue, I believe there's been recent conversation about the CDC changing their guidelines with respect to schools. If that were to take place, would that be something that would change the ability of the school district to have more flexibility?
Uh, uh, Great question, Chairman. Superintendent Jara, for the record, as soon as we received the guidance from the CC, I did see it come in. Certainly, I mean, I think that is one of the things that we're waiting and seeing. And the plan that we have will be able to pivot or transition for more schools and not. And even if we move forward as a state to phase 3, phase 4, we'll be able to quickly, and I say quickly, in a couple of weeks, to reroute our buses and be able to get our kids in. So we're hopeful that that we'll be able to do that, looking at some of the guidelines that I just saw recently received. But we have to see that coming in, because those are national guidelines. We have to see that coming in from the state, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And
Mr. Speaker, may I?
Sure, Madam Superintendent.
Thank you. Yes, I'm glad that you brought that up, because this pandemic, we know that we're all learning more information each and every day about what has transpired and how the virus works. So the American Association of Pediatrics did publish the guidelines that have 3 feet as a recommendation. So we've been working with the state epidemiologist as well as Dr. Azam, and we'll be working with the governor's office. I want to pause too for your flexibility, the public's flexibility, as we learn, and the superintendents, this is not easy. They can make a plan today, but we learn more information about health and safety tomorrow. And so this whole time, they have been building out plans that are flexible, face-to-face, hybrid, and then fully online, given whatever the circumstances are. And so I share that because we are working with the governor's office, and so we may see another shift and moving from the 6 feet to whatever the information that we learn, and it's all based on metrics. And so, having health and safety and the experts identifying what those metrics are, we will continue to move across the phases in education, the same way that the state has moved across the phases with the opening of businesses and the session, how we have. So the flexibility that I hope the community and everyone will have as things shift comes from information that we gain every day and keeping our children and staff safe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, and I certainly appreciate that. As a parent of school-aged children, I certainly understand the challenge of the notion of a hybrid, and I don't really know what a lot of parents are supposed to do for the other part of the week if that's what they're depending on. And I would hate for the size of the bus to be the main reason that kids don't get lunch and don't have daycare. So I agree with the need for flexibility. I don't know if that means considering multiple shifts. Maybe some kids go to school an hour later so that the bus can have multiple routes to split that up. But I'm concerned about not only the ability of families to be able to provide for their children for daycare and for meals, but also the well-being psychologically of kids and what I see in my own children after not being able to play with other kids for 3 months. So we're here and supportive, but I think that has to be a component of the conversation as well. I'll move on to Assemblyman McCurdy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for this, this proposed budget reduction that we have here before us.
Mr. McCurdy, if you could pull your mask down for the mic for recording. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. But my colleagues from the South have raised several concerns as it pertains to Read by 3 and similar programs being either eliminated and cut. But when I look to page 4, and I would ask for you to direct your attention there of the document, I noticed that we're cutting significantly from funding allocated to Title I schools. So we know that we already have disparities in our educational system, and we know that there's much work to be done. But what are we going to do to ensure equitable access to education for these schools? And we said that we wanted to work on decreasing the opportunity gaps, but from my position, it looks like this will broaden those gaps and further perpetuate an inequitable situation for our students. And how does NDE plan to work with these cuts, and how it's going to impact our students?
Thank you, Assemblyman. We know that with as tight as our education is, the budget, how lean it is that any cut affects our children. All of these cuts will affect our children. So how do we make a shift to support? And how do we make sure that equity gaps are not, to your point, are not increased? Specifically for the Read by Grade 3, those were educators that provided support across an entire school. In a school building now, you have great leaders and principals and teachers building their own professional learning collaboratives is part of a strategy. That's just one of many. Not letting up on the pedal of the inequities that exist, not only within our state and across the nation, specifically for groups of children, acknowledging it, naming it, and continuing as you are to ensure that funding is made available is I know why you come to work and why we all come to work each and every day. So I'll pause right there.
Follow, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I apologize. Letting me know that on the Title I, your question, that piece is incentives for hiring of teachers. It is not for student support. I want to make sure that everyone again is aware that we do have Title I funds. Those have not been reduced from the federal government, and then those additional funds that came in, the ESSER dollars, can go directly to Title I schools, Title I students. That is a local decision that will be made by the superintendent.
Follow up, Mr. Chair.
Follow up.
So I would direct this question to Superintendent Jara. What is going to be the plan for these types of incentives that are only there because we have an issue getting getting our instructors to come teach there? What is going to be the plan in an already difficult situation to attract our teachers to come in and to provide educational opportunities for our students? Like, where is the equity? How are we going to ensure that these schools and the students that reside within remain, on a level where they can actually compete as they grow older? We need to have some thorough answers to that.
So, Dr. Jara, for the record, Assemblyman McCurdy, what we have done, actually did it my first year here. We increased the funding to Title I schools we used to reallocate and allocate Title I dollars for those schools that were serving 40%. We moved that up to 60%, which increased the Title I funding to where the greatest needs are, got more money there. That was one of the strategies that we did 2 years ago in my first year. Last year, if you recall, we opened up and created a pilot program. We do have an MOA with our CCEA, our bargaining partners, that we do have a pilot with 8 schools that we offered a significant incentive using Title I money. But as you look at our budget, certainly we have some great needs in some of those communities. It's a conversation with CCA if we get into that discussion to incentivize. But however, as we look at our reopening plan, as we look at everything that we have to do, the CARE Act dollars, the ESSER dollars is not enough at this point. If we're going to provide, which is a huge need for our children, especially our children that are living in the districts that you're talking, a technology plan to be able to deliver distance education for our kids that we have prioritized at this point. So I wish I had a better answer for you, unless we have more money coming from the HEROES Act from the federal government, which I know that we have worked with Congress, are things that we need to say. So I understand the concern. The concern is real for me and for our children, but we're working off a list that the department shared with us to be able to prioritize our reductions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll move to Assemblywoman Backus.
Thank you, Chair. My question is probably directed to Director Ebert. With respect to the Office of Early Learning and Development, it looked like, although there were going to be over $6 million cuts for the fiscal year 2021, that a portion of these funds would actually be replaced with federal funding. But it was really unclear if the number of seats made available is going to actually be decreased, or if it's actually going to be the per dollar amount that may go down or be neutral with that federal funding. Thank you.
Thank you for allowing me to clarify, Superintendent. So the reduction is the recommended reduction is 6.2 million. Right now, at this point in time, 4.6 million has been identified out of the governor's CARES dollars. And so that leaves a difference of 1.6 million. Because of timing, we already have had one school district that is making a determination to not use their funds, which is 1.3 million. So we believe we should be able to serve all of the current seats that exist between the reduction, the closing the gap with the governor's dollars, and then the determination of a school district to pause their program.
Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Assemblywoman Backus, for asking part of the question I was going to ask. Early childhood education is extremely important, and as we looked at page 10 and the reductions there, I had the question if we were going to be losing any seats in our pre-K program. But as we look at the challenges of reopening the schools for the next school year, has there been any determination? Is pre-K going to be a 2-day program, a 3-day program, 4-day program? What are we looking at? And I understand that each district would be significantly different for what their needs are. So I represent a district in Southern Nevada. So my question is probably more geared to Superintendent Jara. What are you looking at for the new school year for our pre-K students?
Superintendent Jara, for the record, Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno, we are looking at the same schedule at this point for our pre-K students. We are buying technology for our children, for our pre-K students, but we are looking, unfortunately, we have, as a speaker mentioned, the buses, but it's also our classroom space. So at this point, we are looking at the same cohort model.
All right, Assemblywoman Swank.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a quick question. Thinking about a couple of months ago, a friend of mine works for a very large company, and the vice presidents all took a 20% pay cut, and those in the C-suite, the CFO, the COOs, all those folks took a much bigger pay cut. So I am wondering, as you're talking about that these cuts will affect all of our children, we're looking at some really terrible cuts here not only in education, but outside of education. I'm just wondering what those percentages are for folks who are in the upper echelons of NDE. I know we're all state employees, don't make a ton of money, but where are we going with those kinds of cuts too, if we're asking our students and the poor to burden and to give up a lot of these programs? What is everyone giving up in this? Thank you.
I would need to defer to the superintendents themselves, what they are looking at for their staff. But for the department staff and for myself, it's 12 days of furlough, which is almost 5%, and that is for all my staff as well.
Follow up, Mr. Chair.
Follow up.
And what are we looking at? What are we asking the teachers? Is it furlough also for the teachers? No furlough for the teachers. I just want to be sure I didn't miss anything. Okay, and thank you very much.
Assemblywoman Miller.
Thank you, Chair, but I think Assemblywoman Swank didn't get an answer to the other part of her question. Were you still waiting on that? Okay, may I defer back to, thank you.
So if we could hear from the other superintendents, I think that would be really helpful for us to know kind of where the pain's being spread out. Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Miller.
So this is Dr. Jara for the record. Once a budget is released and finalized from the state to Clark County School District, I will work with the team here and present to the board. But I'm going to tell you, we have been committed to honoring all our collective bargaining agreements with all our employee unions.
So for,
Go ahead, Kristen.
so for Washoe County School District, we have not, as soon as the budget is finalized, we will get then with our associations and now that the governor's proposal has been submitted, we are hoping that we will not have to make any further reductions, but just for the record, when I became superintendent, I gave back $30,000 for the fiscal year of 21 on my salary, which represents about 10%.
And Summer Stevens, for the record, in Churchill, we're coming off a $3 million loss last year where we worked really hard to not make cuts in the classroom and in fact cut at the district level, and district leadership took on additional jobs that we didn't fill. And the same will be true. I actually reduced from 6 to 2 directors for next school year, and we'll continue to take on even more roles in a small district as we do. And at this point, are awaiting the final budget so that we can make those adjustments and move funds from here to there to cover so that we can keep classrooms intact as possible.
Superintendent, one of the downsides of not being here is you didn't get to hear applause, but I believe the body appreciated your remark.
Mr. Chair, may I ask a quick follow-up?
Assemblywoman Swank.
So, Dr. Jara, I'm wondering if we can go back. Is there, it's a simple question of numbers and kind of being in with the rest of us in the trenches as we all look at lots of cuts. Do we have an idea? Do we have a percentage? Do we know where we're going to be at as far as CCSD and the upper management?
So let me clarify a couple of things. Maybe I wasn't clear. This is Dr. Jar for the record, Assemblywoman Swank. We have been, since I came on board, and actually prior to my arrival, our CFO, we had frozen all central office positions. We have not hired any positions unless they impact the classroom. That has been a practice that has been ongoing for the last 2.5 years. We have continued to be efficient in our discussions here and in our budgeting process. So We need to have the numbers so then we can then make the decisions that are warranted. I can tell you that we do have a little bit of a challenge. We do have some of the executives that are under contract that are paid for, and they follow the collective bargaining of our administrators union. And then you have the other ones that have not, and they have not received raises since the last budget where the Nevada Legislature and the governor approved the raises for all the employees here in Park.
And if I may just have a final comment. So in this, I'm just going to say that the friend of mine whose company he works for, everyone in the C-suite voluntarily took a 50% pay cut 4 months ago. 50%. Because that way they didn't have to lay off as many people. So I guess I'm just asking that. I'm a big fan of collective bargaining, and I understand that. But some folks make a good deal of money and can give some of it back, like the superintendent from Washoe. Thank you.
Assemblywoman Carlton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just want to follow up briefly. Superintendent, you said you were honoring your collective bargaining agreements, which I just want to make sure that it was clear that there will be no furloughs for teachers. And I believe the teachers are scheduled for a raise sometime this summer. Is that correct?
Dr. Jar, for the record, Assemblywoman Carlton, that is correct. The contract collective bargaining agreement that was approved last summer, there is a step increase for all bargaining units, our administrators, our teachers, and our support professionals.
And I'm not familiar with what your steps are. What percentage approximately would that be? Because we do everything in percentages here at the state, so.
Madam Assemblywoman Carlton, Dr. Jar, for the record, let me, it's potentially a 5%, correct?
Approximately 5% for most groups, slightly lower for licensed.
Approximately 5% for most groups, a little bit lower for licensed, for our support personnel.
So if I.
Licensed, I'm sorry.
So no furloughs and a 5% raise?
Correct, there are no furloughs for our employees here in Park.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. And Mr. Chairman, if I could just follow up back on the early learning and development with Superintendent Ebert. I heard some numbers. She did mention the CARES Act. I think that's what they're backfilling with, but I didn't hear a definite answer on whether those over 3,000 seats in pre-K will still be there this time around. And I know this funding is very complicated because it's a braided funding formula, and we worked very hard on it last session, and I just want to make sure that we get a definite answer on these pre-K seats.
Thank you, Carlton. That is our intent, is to keep the program as is. Absolutely. Same number of seats.
Assemblywoman, are you done? Okay. I'm going to go to Assemblyman Levitt. And then it's going to be Assemblyman Hafen, and then Assemblywoman Hanson, and then Assemblywoman Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I kind of have a statement like precursing my question. So a few sessions back there was a SB 469 which allowed schools to keep their surplus money, so it wasn't like a they didn't have to use it or lose it. And I thought that was a pretty good strategy because I think that allows for a little more fiscally sound spending at the end of the school year. I think a lot of these accounts have probably built up over the years since this has been passed, and I think that that's a good thing because these surplus accounts can now be used to subsidize when cuts are made for each individual school where they have to make cuts. So I guess my question is are you as the superintendents looking to have access to any of these surplus accounts that individual schools have set up? And I didn't see it in here, so if it's in here somewhere, I'm sorry, but if it is, it's buried.
Thank you, Assemblyman. AB 9 is specifically for the Clark County School District. So it wouldn't apply to the other superintendents, but Superintendent Jara, I'm sure, can jump in on that.
Sure. Superintendent Jara, for the record, our plan, as noted, is AB 469 NRS 388G. That is the current law, but correct. The funding will remain at the school level, and appreciate the governor's flexibility, at least putting it in the proclamation. I can tell you, as a superintendent, I've been working with our building principals for the last year and a half in discussing budgets. I have full faith that our principals will work with their community and their SOTs to be able to balance their budget. We've been working in collaboration and partnership, and I have the utmost respect that they will do whatever they need to do for their buildings. They will continue to do that as I continue to communicate with them that it will be their opportunity to work with their school organizational team to make the necessary decisions that will impact their children as they know best. And as a former high school principal, I can tell you that that's the way that I would want my superintendent to let me make my decision. So that's going to continue as is, but I do appreciate the flexibility allowed.
Much, if I may. So one thought was, is there any thoughts on doing a public-private partnership with the school districts in a private partnership for maybe digital learning and or transportation needs? That's probably for everyone.
So I will start at the state level, public partnerships. My allowing students access to a complete library of resources that comes in multiple languages and also directs at the student's level. That's one example. The second example is our work that we're currently doing with telecom. And then, you know, in the health arena, we've had a lot of experts step up to come together to make sure that our children are safe. Superintendent McNeil, Superintendent Stevens, I think both of you have great, as well as Superintendent Jara. And we can't forget our partner, Rebecca Fiden as well, I know has public-private partnerships that have stepped up to support schools and schooling.
This is Kristen McNeil, Superintendent of Washoe County. Thank you very much for the question. So we were very fortunate this year that our own Education Alliance helped us out by providing additional devices for our students. In fact, they went out and we received donated used devices. And they went out and helped us secure that. We've had a lot of our hotels and casinos jump in and help us out. The Coronos helped us out with thousands of keyboards that they no longer needed. And then also City of Reno, City of Sparks, and Washoe County, we're meeting with them just this week to talk about some additional partnerships that we will be able to help out with childcare. our hybrid days. So we're anxious to talk with them. And then also a lot of our nonprofits, communities and schools has been a tremendous asset, especially around food distribution and basic needs for our families.
Superintendent Stevens, for the record, here in Churchill and Fallon, we also have been really fortunate during the closure specifically to partner with our local telecommunications company, as well as other partners to provide internet access. Our city was also able to support us. And right now we're working closely with our county and the city with the CARES funds that they're receiving so that they can begin to build childcare opportunities and additional connectivity options for our families to support whatever the plan is moving forward. And we know that we have a need regardless of what the plan is for those two items in our community. And as always, we're always looking for things. We're a small community, so we don't always have all of the same opportunities as others. But as Superintendent Ebert mentioned, the working even with the collective PBS across the state is going to be a good resource for us as well. Thank you.
Open that Chairman.
We follow.
Just really quick, have you seen an infatuation of cost savings, or is this just a way to provide the service at all? And that will conclude my questions.
Superintendent Stevens, for the record, it literally was not a cost savings. It was to be able to provide the support.
That would be the same for Washoe County School District. It's not a cost savings. It's just an additional support that we can provide to our families and our students. And again, a tremendous amount of support here in Washoe County.
All right, move on to Assemblywoman Hanson. Oh, I'm sorry. I see I had Assemblyman Haven. Did you sit down? I can't see that far. Okay, there you go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to say that I really appreciate all the effort that's been put into these budgets. And I don't want to belabor all the comments that my colleagues have stated regarding the Title I, the early learning, the Victory, the Read by 3. All of these are great programs, and I appreciate my colleagues' comments. And I just want to clarify for the record, and I do have a two-part question, Mr. Chairman, if you'll indulge me. The Department of Education is proposing to take 12-day furloughs. However, it appears the Clark County School District is proposing no furloughs and a 5% raise. Is that, am I understanding it correctly?
Dr. Jara, for the record, Assemblyman, that was what was negotiated last year. It was a 2-year agreement that was came from the legislature and the governor's office, and that was the agreement that we signed.
And that's
with our bargaining.
In the collective bargaining agreement. I appreciate that. And I just have a question regarding that collective bargaining agreement. Is there a force majeure clause in there?
Pardon me?
I'm wondering if there's a force majeure clause in the collective bargaining agreement for pandemics and epidemics.
For pandemics and epidemics is something we'd have to, Dr. Jar, for the record, if open up, obviously both the bargaining unit, school board would have to open up for discussion, and there'd have to be an agreement for both parties to open up negotiations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And I just want to make sure that it wasn't 5% for licensed educators, it was 2%. That it was 5% for potentially for the others.
Thank you, Superintendent. I'll go to Assemblywoman Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for being here. I have 7 superintendents in my district and have great respect for all of them, difficult jobs. I think some of us have had this discussion. It is a budget item, I think, a hold harmless agreement consideration in trying to reopen the schools and looking at some of the cuts you've got to make and the costs that that you're up against. I just wanted to maybe get you on the record to discuss, would we as a body, if we were able to address this during this COVID-related special session, how would a hold harmless agreement help you in navigating some of the concerns of costs that could come up? As we've seen, some of the things that have taken place in Las Vegas against the casinos from Culinary Union and such. Just curious if hold harmless is a major concern for you.
Assemblywoman Hanson, I'm assuming it's for Dr. Jarno that there was a conversation. Absolutely. I think as we're opening up schools, I know that we communicated with my colleagues that are two others are here, and I know that Rebecca Fine is also here. That would be very helpful as we're opening up our schools, that we were held harmless from any risk and potential liability as a district.
This is Superintendent McNeil from Washoe County, and I would echo that as well for Washoe. We would be in support of that.
Superintendent Stevens from Churchill County, and I agree with my colleagues.
This is Rebecca Fiden with the State Public Charter School Authority. This is a question we've received from our schools as well. I expect they'd have a similar response.
Thank you. I'll go to Assemblywoman Nguyen.
Thank you, Chairman. My colleague earlier from Assembly District 15 had asked about equity, and I've heard Superintendent Jara speak about the importance of equity. Can you kind of describe the equity analysis that went into these budgetary cut proposals? Like, were there specific measurements and metrics used to assess the equity and perhaps systemic racism throughout the budgetary process?
Thank you, Assemblywoman. There was not a specific metric that was used in all of this, but equity was used throughout all of it. So it's not, there wasn't a published rubric, I guess is what I want to say, if that's what you're looking for in those determinations. As formerly asked with the Assemblyman, the numbers of students and the types of programs was a consideration. And I will provide those in writing as asked for previously.
May I follow up, Chair?
Follow up.
You had indicated that there was some sort of measurement, so was there specific data points that you were looking at to determine that equity, or was it just, I'm just curious on what specific things you looked at.
Thank you. So for Zoom, we actually publish annual reports. That information comes from the school districts and those programs, and I can send those reports on to all of you. The new Nevada funds are fairly new, and those reports, so what's interesting in these are conversations that we had as well. With Zoom and Victory, you actually have the unit being schools. And so you look at schools in that data. With the new Nevada funds, the unit is child. And so the data do not equate right across equally without a large lift in analyses. So I will pause there. I see that Superintendent McNeil would also like to join in.
Thank you very much. I would just add that, you know, when we met as a collective group, one of the first things that we started to talk about was what the great equalizer was. And I don't want to speak for all of the colleagues that aren't on here, but one of the greatest equalizers is our distributive school account. And so when we're talking about the largest number of pupils that would be affected, we went and we started talking about what would be the biggest impact. And the biggest impact to our school districts would have been a reduction in the distributive school account. And so then it was, as far as then taking a look at the categorical grants, none of these are easy decisions. And I think you've heard that repeatedly tonight from all of the superintendents, that this was not an easy decision. And that in order to make the requested amount of funding reductions, we had to come to an agreement as far as which programs, as far as the number of pupils affected, did we need to take a look at. And so when we started talking about that, we looked at SB 178. We did not want to harm Zoom or Victory because of the equity access, as well as special education and GT funding. I'll turn it over to either Dr. Jara or Dr. Stevens as well.
Thank you. This is Dr. Stevens for the record, and I will echo what Dr. McNeil stated regarding the overall DSA, because that impacts all kids, and a cut there would be devastating. I would also reiterate that part of our work, as I stated earlier, was to go back and look at our own systems when we were making those cuts suggestions. And so we did that, and ultimately we're waiting on a number of fronts to ensure that we can actually, we are going to be continuing with our reading specialists, just funded in different ways. And we're already short a lot of things, but we're going to make it work. And so I understand how it would be difficult to guarantee that was happening across the state, but I will assure you that superintendents were looking at the funds and figuring out how to continue to provide services to every child in the best ways possible. So in Churchill County, we definitely are going to do that. With those cuts, we're just going to tighten things up and get them happening other places. But the DSA, that would be more difficult because that's where it's flexible, and it's not as flexible with these grant funds.
I have one other question, if I can.
Sure.
Was the same type of equitable analysis also used or like taken into consideration in other aspects of the budget, like with policing, like school policing or school resource? Was it in all other non-traditional like education areas of the budget?
Superintendent Ebert, for the record, things that you're talking about are actually directly at the individual school level. School district level, the funds flowing from the state, the ones where you do see the reduction in the school safety area, those were positions that they were not able to fill, and so recommended for reduction.
For follow-up, Assemblywoman Miller.
Thank you, Chair. I really just wanted to return back to a budgetary question about the testing. My colleagues have been asking questions about programs and services, and because in everyone's mind, we're wondering where are some other areas that money could have been suggested, reductions could have been made, and in keeping as much money and support and resources in the classrooms directly for our students. So my question, I know I've tried to find it and I've asked for it, and it just doesn't seem to be clear or concise, but if each district as well as NDE could answer, how much money are we spending annually on standardized testing and testing companies and contracts?
Superintendent Ebert, for the record, thank you, Assemblywoman Miller. I don't have all of the dollars in front of me. I'd be more than happy to get that for you and your colleagues. What I will tell you that there is a large portion of the dollars for the statewide assessment that are provided via federal funds. So it's a mixture of federal funds. It's a federal requirement. We do receive federal dollars to administer those assessments. Again, I apologize, I don't know those numbers off the top of my head, but I will get those for you. So we have the federal requirements, and we also have the state requirements, which use the legislature in instances such as the end of course exam. You've provided those dollars for funding. And then local school districts also have assessments that they administer that would happen at the local level. So with that, I will pause and turn it over to my colleagues.
Thank you, Superintendent Ebert. Summer Stevens, Superintendent of Churchill County, for the record. In our local budget, for any assessments that we pay for at the local level, that's either a state, a national assessment we give, and a variety of specific assessments around CTE, for example, or the advanced placement exams, we spend about $24,000, which is probably, for the people that we have in terms of staffing, maybe about a third of the cost, maybe a fourth of the cost of some of our teaching staff. And some of those assessments as well are ones that are also the funding is being proposed to be cut in things like AP, and then some concerns possibly around our industry certification testing in our CTE programs that we're very proud of in Churchill County. So we're gonna have to look for alternate ways to pay for those. But again, out of Churchill County, under $25,000 a year would be spent on any of our assessments.
Follow-up, Chair. Superintendent, just so that we have, so we can turn those dollars into relative speaking, how many students, when you say $24,000 of your budget, but how many students are you actually referring to?
With Assemblywoman, are you referring to, when I say the 24,000, who's that covering for testing?
Yes,
because, is that your question?
So that we can, in relative terms, obviously Churchill has a little fewer students than, say, Clark County. So if you could give us some relative.
Sure.
Thank you.
Right. So with those testing funds, Assemblywoman, we use those to cover all of our students in grades K through 8, which would be, so we have about 3,500 students, give or take, and about 2,500 students take the MAP assessment, for example, multiple times a year, which we do use in the general classroom as well as in our tiered instruction. So about 2,500 of our 3,500 students are impacted by the MAP testing. Again, the costs for some of the assessments we give at our high school level would take into account about 500 of our 1,000 high school students. And then we have a pretty good participation rate for our student in CTE testing. And in our retakes, for example, it could be 60, 70 out of our 1,000 students taking those. And that's just kind of a basic level. So I would say out of the 24,000, it actually probably touches almost all of our kids.
Thank you. And Dr. Jara, could you give us a total for all of the testing that occurs?
Madam President, I'm sorry, Assemblywoman Miller, Superintendent Jara, for the record, I do not have the number because it's Superintendent Ebert. We do use some federal dollars, we do use some general funds, but I'm going to tell you, speaking of equity, this is a huge benefit for our children. When I arrived, we had multiple schools, multiple assessments, and some of them, the majority were not even aligned to the standards. So we did condense it and followed the lead as my colleagues have been using MAP for so many years, and we did invest in MAP. I don't have all the dollar amounts for all the assessment, but it's something that we can certainly do and provide that if this is a request for the assembly. It is critical, more so now than ever, to know where our children are when they come back in order for us to understand where the learning loss as we move into an opportunity to be able to catch up our kids where they are so we can instruct them and move forward. So, but we can certainly get that information because some of it is federal and or from our operating budget.
Thank you. That would be appreciated.
Assemblywoman Denise Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's getting late in the evening, so as opposed to questions, I just have some comments that I want to make sure that I've got on the record, and lots of these are coming with some historical perspective, so I don't think Superintendent Ebert or any of the other superintendents will at all be surprised by these. So one of the things I do see in this budget that it's being retained is funding for nonprofit programs, and I really think that right now we have to be mission first, which is keeping teachers in the classroom. So specifically during last session, talked a lot about how to make sure that we were prioritizing the mission essential functions in the classroom being funded or we continued to fund outside nonprofit programs. And specifically, I see that we are holding, the plan is to hold 1.2 million in the reserve category for the JAG program, should they be able to secure a match. And I just don't think that we should do that. I really think that we should use that money instead and plop it right down into the Teach Nevada Scholarship Program. It might be short, but at least we're not giving all of those students notice that we are backtracking on those scholarships. And it just makes no sense to have students lose scholarships while we hold 1.2 million for a nonprofit in a different category that isn't being used. So I think that would be important. The other thing I would talk about in the 2013 session, we were contemplating changes to how we fund education, changes to the investments we make in education, and specifically how we save money or how we spend money. I was critical in those hearings about categorical funding, and I was critical about them because the Department of Education would become essentially one of the biggest grant organizations in the state. And there were lots of questions in that time, that I had about process and when would schools apply. It would have to be after the school year started because you'd have to know your student count and your demographics, and then you apply to the Department of Education for money. So while the intent of categoricals I have always supported, the actual functionality I think has always been lost because you essentially don't get the money till mid-year, or you don't get the money till late in the year, and then you're hiring teachers late in the year. It's grant funded. You don't know if you're going to get it again. So you're hiring someone with, telling them that, hey, I can pay you, I think, for the rest of this year, but when it comes to next year, I don't know. They've always been my least preferable way to fund education. So when I look at this budget, I think the piece that makes me happy as a person who sat here and made cuts before is that we are maintaining the distributive school account. I think it's a lot of work to say, what do we prioritize? And I think you have to prioritize teachers over programs. And I love a lot of these programs, but a program is not effective unless you have a teacher in the classroom who is working with that program. And so when it comes to push to shove, I really think that this is the right thing to do in preserving the distributive school account. Not only that, but when we look at the levels that we're preserving them at for the 2021 funding, that's including the over $300 increase of that per pupil guarantee that from 2019 funding. And so I think that as members, we should feel some kind of level of comfort that some of the investments we were able to make into education during the last legislative session are going to stick. That when we said we were serious about making bigger investments into education and we increased that per pupil, that we're able to maintain that. And I do think that that is something that is a small, bright spot in the rest of these $1.2 billion credit cuts that we have to do. And I just don't want that to get lost in the big picture as we talk about all of this. We are absolutely prioritizing keeping teachers employed, keeping teachers available to our students, whether it's by classroom or by distance learning. We've all got to adjust, but those teachers will be there. And to me, that's what I believe is mission critical as we look at this.
Thank you, Assemblywoman. There are a couple of people popping up on the queue, and I just want to remind folks that we still have NDE, we still have NCHE, and public comment. So just understand, the further we get behind, we have DHHS tomorrow, so it's going to be a long day. So any day that we delay it is a day we're pushing all that out. So my intention is to power through and take a break at some point. But I just wanted to make sure that folks realize we still have an agenda left. So I believe I have Assemblywoman Cohen. And then Assemblywoman Krasner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to all the superintendents that are answering all the tough questions. I just have two quick questions, if I may. I see that there is a proposal to entirely eliminate the underperforming schools turnaround program, and I'm just wondering if you have any concerns about that as a superintendent, or if you think that there are some other protections in place that will cover that underperforming school turnaround, or what's going to happen to these underperforming schools? That's my first question. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. This program, we actually working with the superintendent. That is one program where there were multiple supports. It was federal supports through Title I, through Title II, also Title IV. And then we also had the state supports coming in. And so we think that this is one of those programs where we had the opportunity to blend again dollars and still have the same outcome.
That's good to hear. Thank you. My second question is just about the cut to the bullying prevention account. And I'm only wondering if you think that that cut is so small across the entire state there's not going to be any concern there, or if you feel that there are other measures in place that will protect our children, sufficient programs so that children aren't bullied or experiencing bullying and have a safe learning environment.
Thank you for the record. Those dollars and that program, bullying in our schools, preventing, on the front end, and working especially in social emotional supports with our children is where we're focused, and superintendents did feel that they could meet the needs and the intent of this work via the dollars that they currently have.
This is Superintendent McNeil from Washoe County, and I would echo that. We are going to be using our federal dollars, specifically around Title IV, for specific different types of intervention programs. And then obviously with the Safe Voice program, we feel very confident that we will still be able to continue a very robust program in anti-bullying.
Thank you.
Any further questions? All right, seeing none. Oh, I do have further questions. Assemblywoman Torres.
Thank you, Chair. I know it's kind of difficult in this room with so many of us and so far back. I just wanted to ask a question to the Nevada State Superintendent. If there was a plan to reduce the amount of educators on campus that are not interacting with students, specifically strategists that are really there to work more with teachers than they are to engage with students. That way we could have more specialists that are performing RTI with students in the classroom.
Superintendent Ebert, for the record, Assemblywoman, I'm not quite sure that I understood the question completely. The ask is those specialists that exist within school buildings, repurposing them into other areas of support, I think was the question.
Yes, superintendent, and providing more RTI with students, like reading strategists do, like that reading intervention, reading specialists have been doing that with Read by 3. With the cuts, obviously, we won't have those strategists in place or those specialists in place, but I definitely think that you could repurpose some of the learning strategists that we have in school so that they're engaging with students and not sitting in an office all day long.
That's actually the intent of repurposing those positions, and that was based on input from the superintendents. I see a couple of them want to jump in as well.
Dr. Jar, for the record, Assemblywoman Torres, that's part of the discussion that we will have with our building principals when we do make those decisions. And I know that as creative as they are, that's good. They're going to be that's is a huge component and a driver of our Focus 2024 strategic plan.
Thank you. And I had an additional question for Superintendent Jara, if I may. I wanted to talk a little bit more about the CCSD school strategic budget proposal that was brought up by my colleague from Boulder City a little bit earlier today. My understanding is that NDE has been working with CCSD to take the leftover money from the school strategic budgets. Can you tell me a little bit more about this request? Will this money go into the DSA for CCSD and be distributed into those schools? Or is CCSD planning to just use it as the superintendent and the school board desire?
Superintendent Jara, Assemblywoman Torres, as stated with the previous question, I have full confidence in our building principals, as I have been working with our building principals to balance the budgets. They've been aware. So when we settled our budget, our building principals will be making the decisions with the SOTs on how we will balance the budget and per pupil costs.
So Superintendent, to clarify a little bit more, are you saying then you're not going to plan on taking this money, or that this money is going back into CCSD? Because I don't understand. Are we just going to be taking the money that these schools have in their savings accounts away, or are you going to allow the schools to keep that funds?
And Assemblywoman, if I can interject just a little bit, just to make sure that the answer doesn't step beyond what the school district is able to do. Assemblywoman, the law does not allow the school district to do anything with that money as it currently stands. It's not allowed by law to revert. And so any flexibility with respect to if that money comes out and where it goes is up to this body and our colleagues across down the hall. So to the extent that the superintendent can talk about his intent and interest, that's fine, but I want to make sure that the body understands that they could not unilaterally do that without legislative action.
Yes, I completely understand. It's just my understanding is that CCSD would like to see that happen. So I was just wondering if you could speak a little bit more to that. But if we can at this point today, that's fine.
Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Superintendent.
So do you want me to respond?
Please.
As I've mentioned 3 times, the intent is to work with our building principals so they can work with their SOTs to balance the budget on a per pupil reduction. Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? All right, I don't think that I see any further questions. I do believe that let me thank the state superintendent and the other education leaders for answering our questions. Obviously, education is important in the state to this body, and we want to make sure that we ask some questions and vet these issues, and also so the public can hear the conversation. But with that, I thank you all again. And again, we have NSHE, and so I believe that we are having dinner prepared, and the dinner is going to be brought in similar to lunch. So if we can stay at ease just for a few minutes rather than dissolve and come back, if we can stay at ease just for a few, and then dinner will be distributed, and then we can move on with NSHE. The assembly will come back to order. We are now, I believe, ready to have a presentation by the Nevada System of Higher Education. So if BPS could notify them or notify us if they are already ready, we can proceed.
Speaker Frierson, this is BPS, I believe, and she is ready.
All right, thank you. I don't want to assume if it's Mr. Klinger who is going to be kicking it off for NSHE, but that's the note that I have. So whomever is ready for NSHE, if you want to state your name and get started with your presentation, we are ready.
Mr. Speaker, this is Andrew Klinger. I believe the Chancellor was going to kick it off.
Great. Chancellor Riley, are you there?
Mr. Speaker, this is Andrew again. I can see the Chancellor, and it looks like he's having trouble getting unmuted. So I don't know if that's on your end or our end. Oh, there he goes.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Chancellor, I can. I think if Mr. Klinger, you can mute. Yeah, there we go.
Apologize. Speaker Frierson and members of the Assembly, thank you for having us present today. The Board of Regents had two public meetings to approve NSHE budget recommendations to the governor. The first was on April 10th to approve budget proposals up to 14% for FY21. The second was during the June 11th and 12th meetings to approve an additional 5% for FY21. The Chancellor and the President's worked with faculty and students to develop the budget reduction proposals. So each of the presidents spent the time working with each of their faculty and students. And then the chair and I met with all the Senate faculty leaders and student leaders on these budget reduction proposals. The total FY operating budget reductions for FY21 are $109.6 million, or 16% of the general fund appropriation. These reductions are in addition to an estimated $120.9 million impact of COVID-19 pandemic will have on institution revenues and additional expenditures. I'll just briefly take you through the
general areas of the budget reductions. The first has to deal with the CARES Act. The NSHE institutions directly received $59.9 million in CARES Act funds that went directly to each of the institutions. This was based upon the Pell Grant allocations that they determined what institutions would receive. 50% of that, or $29.9 million, went to students as emergency financial aid. The other 29.9% was used to offset a portion of state budget reductions. On the monies that were spent on the emergency funds, the goal of that was that those funds be used quickly and they be spread widely. And for the most part, we have used practically all those dollars up. Some of the institutions just have some a small amount for emergency dollars. But in many cases, we received the dollars on a Friday and we were distributing those on Monday. Each of the institutions developed some broad criteria. So the CARES dollars, half of that was used for student directly aid to students, which has been distributed. The other half we're using as part of our budget reduction plan. The second is that on March 16th, per the governor's request, NSHE instituted a system-wide hiring freeze and established a process for exceptions which required the chancellor's approval. Part of the budget reduction for FY20 includes holding positions vacant at each institution, resulting in $24.1 million in savings. Institutions have granted the flexibility to determine which positions to keep vacant to meet reserve targets based on individual needs of each campus. The campuses have also identified $7.4 million in operating and travel reduction. The positions primarily being approved for exemption have to deal with instruction. Our enrollment at this time for the fall at our universities is flat. At some of our community colleges, this is actually up. So having those instructors in place are critical to meeting the needs of our students. The Board of Regents at the April 10th meeting approved a temporary student surcharge in the event that the 14% or more budget reductions were required. The surcharge is a temporary per credit charge of $6 for undergraduates at the universities, $8 for graduate students, $5 for Nevada State College students, and $3 for the community colleges. The surcharge is projected to generate $10.1 million in additional revenue in FY21. The surcharge represents less than 3% of the registration fees at each institution. The next area, broad area of our budget reductions is the market fluctuation distribution. At our June 11th and 12th board meeting, the board approved a $50 million allocation from our market fluctuation account to offset an additional 5% in budget reduction. The market fluctuation account was established after the Great Recession to finance monthly investment distributions to campuses in the event the system does generate sufficient earnings. This distribution we used to offset $35.2 million in budget reduction. The distribution of these funds could impact the ability of our system to distribute investment income if we see another significant downturn in the stock market. And Speaker Frierson, the last area I'll just mention is the administrative and academic faculty furloughs. These furloughs savings are not included in the $1.9 million in cuts presented to you, but were a recommendation that the Board of Regents made. The proposal was to furlough professional staff for 6 days per year at the 10% cut and 12 days per year at the 14% level. We estimated the implementation of 12 furlough days for professional staff at NSHE would save about $21.1 million in FY21. The furlough reduction is not included in our total reductions due to the governor's requesting 12 furlough days for all state employees, which would include our classified staff. And lastly, the president and the chancellor took 18 days of furlough over and above the 12 days that the board had recommended for all of our system-wide employees. And with that, those brief introductions, I have CFO entertain any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I will open it up for questions. Let me see if anybody has, oh yeah. We will start with Assemblywoman Douglas Boone. Oh. Your board is lit up. So speak button. Here, I'll do it. There we go. Next, then, Assemblywoman Carlton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in looking at this sheet, the market fluctuation account is something that we normally don't talk about. I mean, I don't really remember talking about it in the past. So if you could elaborate on that a little bit, and exactly where does the money that goes into this account come from?
Andrew, could you address that, please?
Sure, Mr. Speaker, through you to Assemblywoman Carlton. So the market fluctuation account was established in 2010 after the Great Recession. And so maybe let me back up. So with all of the INCHE accounts that we have, so whether it's a state operating account, whether it's a capital account, all of our accounts are pooled into one pool of cash, if you will. And we invest those funds in equities, in bonds, and a good portion of it in cash as well. And so what we do is, as the market increases or decreases, we distribute earnings to the campus based on their balance within that pool. And so in a typical month, we'll distribute between 1.5 and 1.7 million to the campuses. So what they did back in 2010 is they had excess earnings in that pool that had not been distributed to the campuses. So what they did is they made two different transfers at two different times. I don't remember the exact dates, but we can get them. One transfer was made of 20 million in excess reserves into this market fluctuation account, and then another time 30 million was put into the market fluctuation account. Again, these are excess earnings. And the purpose for the account was that, after INCHE had experienced the Great Recession, they had to suspend distributions to campuses of investment income because given the market conditions, there was no funds left to distribute, essentially. So they created this account that in the event of a downturn, they could still make distributions to the campuses. And so the decision was made at the last meeting that because of the impact these cuts would have on the institutions, that the decision was made to take that 50 million and distribute it to the campuses. Now, what that means is that if we see a significant market downturn, which we did see obviously in February and March, there's a possibility that we would have to suspend those monthly distributions of investment income to the institutions. But given the choice of making additional budget reductions or using that market fluctuation account, the presidents all agreed they would rather use that market fluctuation account to offset the additional 5% reductions that were requested.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman, if I may. So just want to go back and recap a little bit. So in 2010, the university had, the system, let's just call it the system, had an extra $20 million, so they basically put it into an investment account to earn interest. And you'd been dispersing that interest to the different institutions. Am I understanding that correctly? And all the money that goes in there is from all different fees. It would be general fund, donations. It would be from all different revenue sources.
The money in the pool is from, I'm sorry, Andrew Klinger for the record, through you, Mr. Speaker, to Assemblywoman Carlton. The money in the pool is from all sources except for the endowments. The endowments are in a separate pool, if you will. So these funds, though, I want to clarify. So we do distributions out of this fund every month, out of just the regular earnings that we see every month. This account was created from back in 2010 from excess earnings that had accumulated over time, and they wanted to set that money aside in the event that they saw another market downturn and didn't have enough to do distributions. So the intent of these funds initially was so that they could continue those monthly distributions. But with the severity of the cuts, again, felt like using that immediately rather than protecting those monthly distributions was more important.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I believe the majority leader has a question, so I'd be happy to defer to her at this time.
Thank you. And for the presenters, you can go directly to the member asking the question. Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Chairman. Thank you so much for allowing me to ask a couple more questions. Thank you for the explanation on that, Mr. Klinger, because I was sitting here and I was trying to think back through a couple different sessions, and this account didn't sound familiar to me. So you've got the market fluctuation account, and I think if I'm reading it right, you're suggesting to pull $35 million out for use during this time. But then this is not your endowment account. So can you talk a little bit about the endowment accounts that you have? I imagine, if I recall, I think probably each of the universities has a couple different endowment accounts, but some of the colleges may or may not. Could you talk to us about some of those?
Sure, Andrew Klinger, for the record, to the Assemblywoman. So the universities do obviously have the largest endowment accounts. The community colleges have some as well, but they're obviously much smaller. Most of those funds that are in the endowment account are for restricted purposes at each campus, and it just depends on the donation that is made. We do have all of the presidents on as well, if you wanted to drill down more, in particular to the universities or one of the other campuses.
Thank you, Mr. Klinger, and I appreciate that. I would like that information, but I think because of the late hour, I won't ask for that verbally. But if the institutions could just share with us what their endowment counts are, that way I just, I have an idea of whether it's one or two or three. And I hear you say you have the largest endowment account, and is that the largest endowment? Do you mean in the state, or did you mean a particular university has a large endowment?
For the record, Andrew Klinger, to the Assemblywoman. No, what I meant to say is that the university's endowment accounts are larger than the other colleges.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, Mr. Klinger. So, I guess what I'm thinking here is, so if you've got the market fluctuation account of excess earnings and you're pulling $35 million out, can you share with us what the balance would be in that account?
Andrew Klinger, for the record, to the Assemblywoman. So the balance in the account after this transfer is zero. And as I explained earlier, what that means for us is that if our earnings, so we keep track of basically the changes in the market minus the distributions that we make every month to the institutions. Now, when that drops to zero, we will stop making those distributions. And this account was sort of a backstop to that would let those distributions continue. So if we have another market downturn like we had in February and March, we will have to cease doing those monthly distributions. Whereas if this account stayed in place, we would then start drawing against this account.
Thank you so much. And so it goes down to zero. I guess I'd be interested in some historical information about those distributions. I guess a little bit from my perspective, Mr. Klinger, just so I can make sure you understand where I'm coming from in case I fumble my words late at night. But sitting on Ways and Means and specifically the Education Funding Subcommittee for, I think, 3 sessions now, 2 to 3 3 sessions, for 3 sessions now. This is the first I'm hearing about the market fluctuation account and then the disbursements to schools. And I know that we always kind of have a back and forth with NSHE about being able to see the whole of the dollars and how they work so that we can make better decisions about how to judiciously use our state funds. So I guess seeing this market fluctuation account and hearing about excess earnings and hearing about these distributions have always been out of our purview, and that's why they pique my interest.
I'm sorry, Assemblywoman, were you just making a statement or did you want a response?
Right?
Right.
Mr. Speaker, I mean, I can respond to that. So we have made, so they established, like I said, they established the market fluctuation account as a protection against downturns in the market. We have made what we call special distributions from the excess earnings. So again, they used excess earnings to fund the market fluctuation account, but we have used excess earnings in the past for deferred maintenance. In 2018, they did 2 distributions out of the operating pool excess earnings to fund the campuses for deferred maintenance projects, as an example.
Assemblywoman Swain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have a question where I'm going to list out a bunch of specific numbers. And my question about these numbers is that we know in looking at these budget reductions that there are several places where we are also in rolling back those state dollars, losing federal dollars. So I'm just a little worried about trying to plug that hole. So there were some additions that happened around NSHE during the last legislative session. And I know when I do my budget, usually what I do is I look to see what my most recent new expenses are and maybe roll those back. So I'm just going to list out a couple of these things that I saw in looking through the budget from the last legislative session for NSHE. And if you could just, it may be a question where you want to get back to me later on it, but if there's any comments at this point. One is for operations and maintenance. I know last session, UNLV took a reduction of $1.7 million in that category, and UNR saw no reductions in O&M. There's also an increase in statewide capacity. That it's a one-time funding that NSHE got, so that was $8.8 million for FY20 and $10.9 million for FY21. And then looking at the DRI funding formula, there were some inflation raises that were given for DRI. And in FY 2020, that amount was $222,298. In FY 2021, that amount was $228,084. And the last one is the Nevada Teach program, and that program is $300,000. So I guess in looking at all of these, I'm wondering if there are other ways to plug the holes so that we do not lose that federal funding.
So, Mr. Chairman, for the record, Andrew Klinger to the Assemblywoman. And when it comes to, for example, the capacity enhancement funds, those are rolled into, and we provided a summary sheet that I think you all have that shows the different ways that the NSHE budget, that we basically covered the budget reduction request. And so those numbers for each institution rolled in those capacity enhancement dollars. And I know as part of the reductions that each of the campuses made, they did use a portion, or they did cut a portion of those capacity enhancement dollars. It's not shown specifically on the sheet, but it's within their reductions. And so we can either get that information back to you, or I know the presidents are on as well, and they can speak to the specific reductions that they had related to the items that you mentioned.
And I think due to the lateness of the hour that if you could get that information to me, that would be helpful. If I may ask one more question, Mr. Chair. So I'm going to ask you the same question I asked NDE. I took some notes while you were speaking. I know that the students will be taking on an additional per credit surcharge, that the administrative and academic faculty will see furloughs, and that the chancellor and the staff have taken additional, I believe it was 4 more days of furlough than the staff, which I applaud. But also I'm going to ask, are there salary cuts coming for the chancellor and any of you? Do you plan on giving back some of your salary?
Assemblywoman Swank, this is Tom Riley, Chancellor for the record. As I mentioned, what was approved were the 12 furlough days per year. In addition to that, the Chancellor and the Presidents are taking an additional 6. So they'll take 18 furlough days, and that's what is being proposed. So all staff will take 12, provided that the legislature approves furloughs.
Yeah, we've lost your audio, Mr. Chancellor. I don't know if something's rubbing up against one of the mic, or it sounds like there's something rubbing on the mic.
Speaker?
I think you're back.
Okay. If I need to repeat that, so the Chancellor and the President will take an additional 6 days. So all staff will take 12 furlough days. The President and the Chancellor will take another 6 for a total of 18 furlough days.
If I may follow up. So when I started at UNLV in 2005, an assistant professor, okay, it was a long time ago, it was 2005, I made $50,000 a year. That's where I started. And I just think the difference to have 6 more furlough days when your salary is much higher than those new assistant professors maybe needs another look. Thank you.
Assemblywoman Miller.
Thank you, Chair Frierson. My question is, when looking at the budget and the proposed reductions, just trying to get some clarity on how this is really impacting students. UNR and UNLV have some very generalized statements like law school, dental school. So these reductions, are these proposed reductions in operating cost, or are these scholarships and fellowships that are generally given to students? Can you explain what actually is being cut that's involved in that proposal cut?
And I can turn it over to CFO Singer or any of the presidents. We have the operating reductions with staff. I mean, the goals of part of our reduction was not to lay off employees during the spring semester. We kept everybody employed. And the second area is what we did, we would not have any. The operating restrictions were staff related, were operating related, and travel restriction. No.
Mr. Chancellor, I can only go by what we can see, but maybe the papers are covering up or impacting the mic, because it looks like when you touch the papers, that's when the mic goes out. We can't hear you right this second. There you are. Okay.
So as I mentioned, is that the operating reductions were as a result of the hiring freeze for staff, operating cost, and travel, that we did not make reductions to student financial aid or student assistance.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you.
All right, we will go to Assemblywoman Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to ask about the clinics at the dental school, the law school, the medical school, at both the University of Nevada, Reno, the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, also Cooperative Extension. because besides impacting the students, those are also something that our constituents quite often take advantage of and use. So will there be an impact on those services that are provided to our constituents who utilize the, for instance, dental school for dental care for themselves and for their children?
I think the best, we should have President Marta Miana. Do you want to address the issue, particularly on the dental school?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes. Can you hear me? Okay. Marta Miana, for the record, president of UNLV, MARTA MEANA. We have gone to great lengths and made very surgical cuts, so to speak, both at the dental school and the medical school, so that we don't actually cut services to clinical services to our community.
Thank you for that follow-up, Mr. Chair. Okay, thank you. And also, and the law school and cooperative extension?
And for the law school, we are continuing our clinics, especially our very important immigration clinics, both at UNLV and at CSN. We have not touched those. As a matter of fact, we just had expanded the immigration clinic to service both schools, CSN and UNLV.
And then, if I could, Mark Johnson, President of the University of Nevada, Reno for Cooperative Extension. We are anticipating no reductions in personnel, and therefore our program staff is good and will continue their programs. We rely quite a bit on grant funds. We cooperate with county funds as well. So we are not anticipating. It'll be generally across the board type operating reductions, but no significant reductions in service to our clientele.
Thank you very much.
Assemblywoman Bilbray Axelrod. Assemblyman Carrillo. All right, we'll go back to the board. Assemblywoman Carlton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'll go ahead and ask a couple more questions. I'm just still a little bit confused about my colleague's question on the capacity building dollars. We had a lot of discussion about that last session. I just heard the comment made that enrollment is down. And if I remember those conversations correctly, it was to help grow the universities, have a good have a good flow of students coming and going. So with enrollment down, the 10.9 million in capacity in 21, how is that fitting into everything right now if we're talking about enrollments being down?
If I may address that for UNLV, our enrollments are not down. Our enrollments are flat, which is actually great considering that enrollments are going down nationwide. And those capacity enhancements are tied to research in a way that doesn't translate into immediate enrollments. So I would say that we continue to grow these important programs through those capacity enhancements, but our enrollments are not down, they're flat.
Okay, thank you very much.
After a crisis.
I appreciate that. So as far as the per credit surcharge, is that going to be reimbursable to students through the CARES Act Student Aid Fund? Will the students be able to recoup that money through the CARES Act?
The CARES Act that we've received has 100% of it has already been dispersed as emergency funding to our students. No, other than helping them with their finances going forward.
So the $60 million that you received has already been dispersed?
We forced emergency student funding. We got almost $12 million, not 60. For UNLV, $12 million.
Okay, but
Some of them, Tom Riley, it has been dispersed. There's just small amounts of money at a couple institutions for emergency dollars. But other than that, the intent was to distribute those widely and quickly. Institutions did that.
And just for the record, that was Chancellor Riley.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And Assemblywoman, maybe if I can clarify as well, this is Andrew Klinger for the record. On the CARES Act dollars, so the total was $60 million. 50% of that was required to go to the students as direct aid. The other portion is what we call institutional funds, and that's the portion that's offsetting the budget reductions. So when President Miana speaks of those dollars all being allocated, it's the student share of those dollars that have all been allocated.
Thank you very much, Mr. Klinger. My next question goes to a conversation that we did have last session. Most general fund dollars that are distributed throughout the state, if they're not spent by the end of the year, they revert back to the state. It's Section 10 of the bill. The system is not imposed upon the system. We'd had these conversations before about general fund dollars coming back. We did not process that last time around. We weren't sure where we were towards the middle of session, but as we realized that we were in a better financial situation, that we just didn't go down that road, but it was going to still be a topic of discussion. I believe now in the situation that we're in, that it's important that we are very careful with every general fund dollar that we have. So my question is, the general fund dollars that rolled over from 20 to 21, what was that amount?
For the record, Andrew Klinger, to the Assemblywoman, we didn't roll over any funds, and I think the funds that you're referring to are the excess student registration fees. And so we have had some of those excess registration fees in the past, and the institutions have allocated those. And those excess registration fees certainly do help offset some of the budget reductions. They're not included in this proposal, but they do help offset. And we do report those to the Interim Finance Committee, but I don't have those reports in front of me, so I don't remember the exact numbers, but we can certainly get that.
Mr. Klinger, I'm pretty sure that I'm correct, that general fund dollars do not revert from you. And I'm pretty sure that any excess dollars do roll over into the next year. So is the answer that you don't have an answer?
For the record, Andrew Klinger, no, we do revert any leftover general fund dollars. We typically don't have many general fund dollars left, but we do revert whatever we don't spend at the end of the year. I thought you were referring to the excess student registration fees, so maybe I was thinking of something different. But we did not roll forward any general funds from fiscal 20 to fiscal 21. There may be some exceptions, I think, for example, in EPSCOR, I think we roll some funds forward there. But generally in the institutions, we did not roll forward general fund dollars.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I believe in further discussions in the situation that the state is in at this time, we should have a conversation about that. And I do believe it will require legislation, and I would hope that we'd have the discussion so that as we finish up fiscal year 21, knowing that 22 is going to be tight also, we're not going to get out of this in the next 48 months, that we should have that discussion. All general fund dollars should be precious, and if they're not spent, they should come back to the state.
Thank you, Assemblywoman. I will go to Assemblywoman Tolles.
Thank you, Chair. And I just have one question, and that is do we have estimates of the impact that COVID might have on residence hall occupancy and sporting events, and what impact that might have on revenues? And is that factored into what we're looking at here?
President Miana and President Johnson, do you mind addressing that?
Yes, Marta Miana for the record. Assemblywoman, in terms of the residence halls, we don't have contracts reserved at the level that we did last year at this time. We're at about 70% of the reservations that we have had, that we had last year. We've also made certain modifications, such as not allowing triple and quadruple occupancy, to be as careful as we can in terms of social distancing. So clearly, there's going to be a loss of revenue there. And in terms of athletics, we're waiting for guidance still from NCAA and the Mountain West Conference, but clearly going to impact revenue from those sources.
And this is Mark Johnson from the University of Nevada, Reno. Have a very similar answer because the two schools work very closely in both athletics and residence halls. We will lose a third of our revenue capacity in residence halls because we are limiting occupancy to 2 per room rather than the 3 per room. And we got that conclusion with medical advice on social distancing. And it is up in the air right now, depending on the position we are and what phase we are nationally, as well as in the Mountain West, as to whether or not we will have a football season and whether or not we will have fans in the stadium in the football season. And those have tremendous revenue impacts. But that's all uncertain at the moment.
Mr. Chair, follow up?
Follow up.
Just so that question, then I take it by your answer that those are not factored into the revenue or our projections right now for the budget. And are you saying that we might have to potentially come back and address that if there is greater revenue shortfalls due to that come fall?
This is Mark Johnson at University of Nevada, Reno again. We have a fixed state budget on athletics. So we will not come back to the state for additional athletics revenues. And we are getting some support out of the CARES Act for the money we had to give back in residence halls, but not a lot. So we don't anticipate coming back to the state to ask for additional revenues for either residence halls, which are self-supporting accounts, or athletics.
Same is true for UNLV. Marta Miana for the record.
Assemblyman Kramer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to bring up something here. The $50 million that you had in a reserve that you're now spending down in order to meet this, to balance the budget. It seems to me when I look at the one page 3 of my chart here that shows the contribution by school and by medical or law or dental or DRI, that comes up a 16% reduction from each one of those budgets. Now, the total of all those equals the same 109 million. So I guess my question is this 50 million that you've got out there? I notice on another page here, it talks about some of that going for COVID type things, another 14 million of that, but 35 million of this is supposedly going, 35 million of the 50 was supposedly going to help cover the 109 million that the governor has asked for. So of the different schools, how is that 35 million or the 50 million, however you want to call it, how is that distributed between schools? Now, My reason for asking this is I want assurance that it seemed like last time in 2010 when the cutbacks came, WNC went from a $20 million budget to a 12 point something million dollar budget, cut them in half practically. And I want the assurance that the pain is being distributed equally. And saying it's 16% across the board, say it's being distributed equally, but if the $50 million that's helping out is helping out some schools more than others, then maybe it's not as equal as it could be. And I'd like some assurance on that. Thank you.
If I could, Assembly, this is Tom Riley for the record. The distribution account is a pooled account. So the distribution was actually made based upon the contribution they made to the pool account. So the differences we see per institution is actually based upon what they put in the operating. So when we dispersed the 50 million, it was based upon that percentage.
And this is Andrew Klinger for the record, and maybe I can add on to that a little bit. So when we do the monthly distributions out of the operating pool, again, the earnings in that account on a regular basis, it's based, as the Chancellor said, it's based on each institution's average monthly balance in that account. So we look at the average daily balances, and the distributions are made based on their share of that pool. And I want to clarify from my comments earlier, that pool is made up of all accounts. So it's all the self-supporting accounts, it's all the capital accounts, it's all the debt service accounts. It's basically everything. And so the other thing that we did when we did that distribution is, so we did the distribution to each of the campuses based on their average balance in the total pool, with the exception of system administration. In system administration, we had some excess distributions, and what we did is we actually distributed those excess dollars to the community colleges to hold them harmless because their distribution didn't cover that last 5% in budget reductions. So we did actually distribute excess dollars to the community colleges.
Quick follow-up, Mr. Chair. I do see this chart that you've got, and it lists all the institutions, and it shows a straight 16% pretty much for all of them, with the exception of TMCC, I think. And I do recognize that if that 50 million is distributed among all of these, that each one of them is basically using their portion of that 50 million however they want, but it could easily be to compensate for the 16% they have. I guess what I'd like to see is to know just, if there's been a thrifty institution that saved an awful lot and made it so their 16% is already taken care of, I'd like to know that. If there's someone who wasn't quite so thrifty and didn't save up the money and they've got maybe the full 16%, I'd like to know that too. So I guess I'd like to see the chart broken out a little differently after that distribution has been made. Thank you.
Assemblywoman Carlton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the latitude. And I'm just going to ask a real blunt, direct question. And the Chancellor and Mr. Klinger know me, so it won't be a surprise. So we were a little surprised by the market fluctuation account. You got any other accounts out there with money in them I don't know about?
Andrew Klinger for the record. So we report all of our balances we do several reports. We do a self-supporting budget report every year. We do a self-supporting budget to actual report every year. So there are accounts with balances, but they're restricted in purpose. And what I mean by that is, well, when you look at those balances, for example, you'll see at UNLV, you'll see residence life. And so they collect, obviously, specific fees for students that live in the dorms. Well, those accounts carry a balance in them each year. And so when you look at all those self-supporting accounts, there are balances like that out there. Is there a balance sitting out there like the market fluctuation account that is sort of what I would call, discretionary, that we have decisions over. Not that I am aware of at this time, but there are, when we look at the accounts and we look at that operating pool, there's over 23,000 different accounts that make up that total balance. And so needless to say, I haven't looked at all of them, so I'm not aware of any others. But I do want to be clear, there are balances out there. That's what makes up the total balance, but they're typically restricted, either for like residence life or for scholarships or money set aside for capital projects, that sort of thing. So there are balances out there.
And thank you, Mr. Klinger. I do appreciate that. And, you will remember the conversations that we had about getting the information on the self-supporting accounts, which we were not able to get for a very, very long time until just this last session. So I think this is going to be an ongoing conversation. If we're going to be asked to support the system of higher education, I think it's only fair that we understand the full ask and what funds are actually available to the system when they're coming to ask for other dollars. So we'll keep discussing it, and we'll keep looking deeper and deeper, and I hope that you'll commit to sharing that information with us when it's requested by our staff.
Assemblywoman Andrew Klinger, for the record, you 100% have my commitment to work with your staff on whatever information they need.
All right. Do we have any other questions of Inchi? I see none on the board. Any in the back row? Assemblywoman Bilber Axelrod?
Thank you. I just was looking at this hoping to see some reductions from UNR, because I know during interim finance, UNLV lost about $45 million in projects, and I just kind of was hoping to see that UNR might carry some of that same burden. I was just wondering if there was anything that we could get on the record that beyond what's on this, that UNR is making those cuts. And I see 16% across the board, but actually when I did the math, it looked like UNR was dropping about 15%. So if we could discuss that. Thank you.
For the record, this is Tom Riley, Chancellor. According to the budget reductions that we submitted, they were all across the board for each institution. So each institution was asked to make those percentage cuts across the board.
And for the record, Andrew Klinger, to the Assemblywoman, and the one difference on UNR, and perhaps why the percentage is different, is if you're looking at that summary sheet on UNR, the last line on there is the UNR engineering building debt service account. So that reduction is being taken care of out of the state bond interest and redemption account. So when you take that cut off the list, that's why that percentage at UNR looks smaller, because that cut is actually coming from a different account, a state account that's not a university account.
And thank you for that. If you could just also address the $45 million that we dealt with in IFC between the medical school and the engineering school for UNLV, if there's similar cuts that we're seeing in the other NSHE, but specifically UNR.
For the record, Andrew Klinger, and I'll certainly let President Johnson address this as well, but I think in the case of, and when you do budget reductions, and I've done this on the other side, so I know how they do this. When you're doing this, you're looking for whatever money is available. And so when you have projects out there that haven't started, and it's unfortunate that the UNLV engineering building was in the queue when this happened, because that's the first thing, and I would do the same if I was in the governor's office. That's the first thing I would go to Same with the medical education building. And it's not, I don't want to say it's institution specific, because had UNR been in the queue this time around for a major project and it hadn't started and that money was available, certainly they would have lost that funding as well, I believe. So I don't know if that necessarily addresses your question specifically, maybe more of an explanation.
It does, thank you. I just kind of wanted to get this on the record because unfortunately this isn't the first time that UNLV gets the short end of the stick, and I just wanted to make sure that we remember that because UNLV is a very important university in the state. Thank you.
Any further questions? I see none on the board. Anyone? Madam Majority Leader, 1 minute recess. Can you ask for it? One minute recess.
Mr. Speaker, 1 minute recess.
Thank you. Committee will come back to order. Having completed the presentations, I believe we're ready to go to public comment. And I believe we have a number of folks in the queue, and we are ready.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have approximately 6 people in the queue at this point. So I will be the first caller with the last 3 digits of 478. Please state and spell your name for the record. You are now unmuted and may begin.
Yes, hi, my name is Peter, and I think our families are struggling. Please don't add or increase taxes and not stay income taxes, please.
Can you state your name, just so we have your name for the record, and spell it?
Yes, my name is Caesar.
Caesar, last
Can you
name?
hear me? Yes, Mesa with Z-A.
I'm sorry, last name?
Mesa, M like mom, A like apple, C like zebra, E like Edward.
Caesar Maza, got it. Thank you, sir.
Mesa, No, thank you. Have a wonderful day.
You too.
Caller with the last 3 digits of 489. Please state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You are now unmuted and may begin.
Yes, hello. My name is Adrian Duran. And I just wanted to say, with everything going on, it has affected me and my family a lot, even our neighbors. I just wanted to say, if we have to cut back on spending, so should the government. Please do not raise the taxes anymore.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next caller with the last 3 digits of 830. Please state and spell your name slowly for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Autumn Tampa, AUTUMNTAMPA, speaking as an individual. I wanted to explain to the Assembly that CCSD employee raises are staggered according to how many years and how much education an employee has. I will not be receiving a raise this year, nor will many of my coworkers. I am an education support professional or support staff employee and not a licensed teacher. Our raises were frozen for many years because of the recession that happened 10 to 12 years ago. At that time, thousands of education support professionals in CCSD, yes, thousands, took pay cuts or had salaries frozen to help balance the CCSD budget. We did this to save jobs. Teachers, unfortunately, did not. I actually had a 38% pay cut because of losing a position and being surplused into a lower paying position. After a couple years, I worked my way into another position that was better paying, and then the reorganization bill demanded that myself and hundreds of other employees in our positions again be surplused out of good paying positions and put into lower paying positions to reduce central service positions. I took a 30% pay cut at that time. So please note to stay working at CCSD because of wanting to reach minimal retirement benefits. I budgeted myself by moving into a smaller apartment and mostly spending money on survival needs. I also have massive credit card debt to supplement me during emergencies in the summer. So please do not think that CCSD employees have not made sacrifices, especially education support professionals. We have many. I felt it was important for all of you to understand and know about this. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Caller with the last 3 digits of 850. Please state and spell your name for the record. Slowly. You have 2 minutes and you are now unmuted and may begin now. Caller with the last three digits of 850. You are now unmuted and may begin.
Hello, my name is Joshua Zerbel, Zerbel. I'm a retired CSUN College of Sciences senator and current undergraduate at UNLV. I'm speaking today in relation to the budget cuts to NSHE and the concurrent addition of student fee surcharge. I understand cuts need to be made during these turbulent times, and I understand to a degree adding additional fees. However, something that has not been discussed within NSHE, specifically at UNLV, is the things the administration can do to help alleviate possible charges that will crop up during the move to a majority remote instruction model. I would like to see an administration mandate that professors cannot use third-party homework testing services that cost upwards of $50 per semester and must use the free web campus platform, as well as like to see funds used to buy bulk webcams that students can check out the library for online classes. Thank you. Time, and I understand to a degree adding additional fees. However, something that has not been discussed within NSHE, specifically at UNLV, is the things the administration can do to help alleviate.
Okay, caller with the last three digits of 486. Please state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You are now unmuted and may begin.
Hi, good evening. Alexander Marks with the Nevada State Education Association. This afternoon, as many of you are aware, there were about 1,000+ educators from all across Nevada outside of the legislative building as we lined the street at 6 feet in support of funding healthy schools. There's just too much at stake for educators not to make our voices heard, and we're very proud of our members who made signs, put on masks, and literally lined Carson Street in support of funding healthy schools. We believe that the future of Nevada's recovery runs through our schools. Cuts to education will compromise our ability to safely reopen, jeopardizing the safety of students, educators, and our community. We've been consistent in our message that further defunding public education without a plan for new revenue is not an acceptable answer. And we are calling on any budget balancing plan to include at least $1 of new revenue for any dollar cut from public education. Again, we would like to thank our members, some who traveled all the way from Las Vegas just for this event today to march the streets and line the street, socially distanced at 6 feet in support of funding healthy schools. Thank you very much.
Thank you, caller. Caller with the last three digits of 577. You have 2 minutes. Please state and spell your name for the record slowly. You may begin now.
Good evening, Assembly members, Speaker Frierson. This is Chris Daly from the Nevada State Education Association, CHRISDALY. NSCA has been the voice of Nevada educators for over 100 years. Just commenting again in this hearing based on some of the discussion between Assemblymember Brittany Miller and the various superintendents regarding student assessments, school star ratings, and would like to add teacher evaluations into that category as well. Not only is there a budget impact on the state and on school districts to run these student assessments that we believe runs in the millions, not tens of millions of dollars. We're also concerned that policy on student assessments, teacher evaluations, and school star ratings will compromise the recommendations in the reopening guidelines and the safe operation of schools in next school year. These old mechanisms have failed to foster the improvements in either achievement or student engagement they were intended to deliver. With a continued reliance on these old schemes, students and educators will have counter incentives to come to school when sick, to teach to test instead of teaching and reinforcing health and safety in the classroom, and to maximize numbers and time in classrooms, even when that may be outside of the guidelines. Look, there are no easy decisions in front of the legislature this week, but taking a harder look, as Assemblymember Miller was doing, at the expense of student assessments, not only could save the state money and perhaps minimize other cuts, which have more impact in the classroom. But cutting those budgets and attempting to get waivers on the required student assessments also will help with reopening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, caller. Caller with the last three digits of 000. Please state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin now.
Yes, my name is Ed Euling, Uehling. The enemy here is ordinary 8th grade arithmetic. When you destroy the private sector, which produces all the income that is then fed to the public sector, you have a problem. And that's what happened. The public sector has destroyed the private sector. And until the private sector is able to develop and create new enterprises, there won't be anything for the public sector. And yet no one is discussing that. No one is discussing how are we going to remove all the barriers to set up business. How are we going to remove those barriers so people can begin to earn money? And then they'll be able to pay taxes eventually. This is the economy of Nevada is about $150 billion total gross product. Of that, about 30 billion goes to government. But if 70% of the economy is wiped out, as it has been, not 5% like some people are talking, then there's simply no money available to the private sector. And the private sector was deprived of 100% of their salary, and people in the public sector think they're entitled to 50% or 95% or 100% or 110% of their current salary. This will destroy the future of everything if this continues. This is a government-driven recovery. And until the public is included in the recovery, it's not going to happen. So think of things so that people of the state of Nevada, the politicians always say, we're all in this together.
We're over the 2 minutes. If you could wind down.
Money. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Caller with the last three digits of 653. You please state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin now.
Good evening. Could you all hear me? Good evening. Could you all hear me?
We can hear you now.
Yes.
Okay. Good evening. This is Dora Lee Uel Martinez, and I was listening the whole time. And I just want to bring your attention to the students who have IEPs and who are protected under the IDEA, that they did not hear from their teachers since March. Some of their students were left behind. And when the distance learning took off, those students were not able to catch up with their counterparts. And I just want you to not forget those students who are visually impaired, hard of hearing, and other disabilities, especially the Title I. I've heard a lot of parents calling me because I'm a blind mom of two Washoe County school students. One of them is in the GT program and honors in the honors program. And it was very difficult for a blind parent to navigate the Washoe County website that is not accessible and not up to the ADA code. So please, I beg of you to keep in mind people with special needs and people with special abilities. And thank you so much, and have a great evening, and mask up. Take care.
Thank you.
Caller with the last three digits of 800. Please state and spell your name for the record slowly. You have 2 minutes and you may begin now.
Good evening. My name is Cordelia, Cordelia, Alexander, Alexander, -leader, Leeder, and I am a fourth-generation Nevadan. I accepted a conditional WICHE funding offer and am attending Washington State University's College of Veterinary Medicine in the fall. WICHE's professional student exchange program funding is vital for me and many other students across our great state. With no in-state option for veterinary school, Nevadans who aspire to become veterinarians must leave the state to receive training. We were counting on this funding, and it's devastating that we may lose it with the total elimination of funding listed in BA number 2681. Without WICHE's PSEP funding to offset the burden of out-of-state tuition costs, veterinary school will be out of reach for far too many talented and intelligent students. WICHE-supported professionals return to Nevada to serve their communities, alleviate workforce shortages, and contribute to a robust economy. Veterinarians are integral to public health in Nevada, and therefore WICHE's veterinary medicine PSEP should remain funded to ensure the health of Nevada. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, caller. Caller with the last 3 digits of 366. Please state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes and you may begin now.
Richard, 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 Manhattan, MANHATTAN. Initially, I'd like to thank each of you for your dedication to helping Nevadans weather this crisis. I am very curious about the ACT testing requirement or the ACC testing funding that is a part of the junior level high school requirements across the state of Nevada, and whether or not that ACT testing can be suspended during this crisis in light of the increase across higher education of waivers and other solutions to resolve for ACT and SAT testing. It may be worth looking at as a cost-saving measure. That's the first point I'd like to make. And the second point is with regard to salary reductions at the higher education level. I work in higher ed, and so I'm well aware of the fact, adjacent to higher ed, and I'm well aware of the fact that many presidents and athletic coaches, for example, have taken salary reductions throughout the year as a result of this crisis. And it would seem to me that a furlough is essentially a vacation, whereas a salary reduction still requires those professionals to still be accountable to their constituents during those times, but at a lower salary rate. So a furlough would seem to me to be less desirable to a salary reduction for higher education professionals. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Caller with the last 3 digits of 801. Please state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes and you may begin now.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the Assembly. My name is Mac Miller. That's M-A-C-K. Last name Miller, M-I-L-L-E-R. Calling out of Assembly District 5. I've been asked, and I've got many people calling in now, to make reference to 2 specific points. Keeping it short, no new taxes, no new Nevada state income tax, no new added gas tax, and more specifically, there is money, and we should not be getting rid of any teachers. We need to get our kids back in class the best we can. So that's all I have to say. Again, this is Mac Miller out of Assembly District 5. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Caller with the last 3 digits of 850. Please state and spell your name for the record slowly. You have 2 minutes and you may begin now.
Matthew Shanley, S-H-A-N-L-E-Y,
I'm calling from Las Vegas. I do not support new taxes, and especially a new fuel tax. We just passed one, a year ago, 2 years ago now? And we don't need another one. And if you look at all these other states that are passing, or have state income tax, people are leaving those states at a rapid rate to go to states like ours that does not have a state income, and bringing in the, revenue and people. And people are, when you bring in people, they're spending money. So I do not support any new taxes or state income tax in Nevada. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Caller with the last three digits of 273. Please state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin now.
Hello, this is Alex Leader, ALEXLEEDER. I just want to say thank you again for this difficult decisions that y'all have to make. And we do really appreciate the thoughtful consideration that you're having to give to the Nevada budget. And we certainly appreciate Governor Sisolak's leadership. It means a great deal to us. I personally want to stress the importance of protecting the WICHE Professional Student Exchange Program funding. Since Nevada does not have an in-state veterinary program, this funding is vital to Nevada students who are otherwise unable to take on the debt burden that would come with attending an out-of-state veterinary school. And veterinarians are vital to Nevada public health. And these WICHE students return to Nevada to serve Nevada citizens. It would mean a great deal to me and to others to preserve and protect the WICHE Professional Student Exchange Program funding. Please preserve that funding. Thank you. And your next caller.
Thank you, caller. Mr. Speaker, that was the last caller in public comment lobby. That concludes public comment.
Thank you very much. We will now go to Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would move that the Committee of the Whole resolve itself.
Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson has moved that the Committee of the Whole now rise and report back to the Assembly. You've heard the motion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. The Assembly comes back to order. The Assembly will come back to order. Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson. Oh, sorry, we have to go to order business 7.
Messages from the Senate Chamber, Carson City, July 8, 2020, to the Honorable the Assembly. I have the honor to inform your Honorable Body that the Senate on this day adopted Assembly Concurrent Resolution Number 1. Sherry Rodriguez, Assistant Secretary of the Senate.
Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We would like to thank the members as we gathered today. We know that this new era of communicating electronically and having hearings and presentations electronically is not the most ideal way to get information to us. So I really appreciate everyone's kindness and everyone's ability to kind of go with the flow. And also want to thank the public as well. We know that you're joining us by watching us. And so thank you for everyone who tuned in today to watch the presentations on the education budgets. Tomorrow, just so that members know, we will begin with public comment at 9 a.m. and then we'll move into presentations from Department of Health and Human Services. After that, we'll move into capital improvement plan budget reductions and then back into public comment. So you have a general idea of what we'll be working through tomorrow. Seeing no other business before us this evening, Mr. Speaker, I would move that the Assembly adjourn until July the 9th at 9 a.m.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We are adjourned.